This time we're going to call to order the meeting of January 21st, 2020. City Attorney, is there anything you want to say before we go to closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the council so moves, the council will adjourn into closed session to discuss those items agendized for closed session discussion, which is a lengthy list. Number one, threat to public safety per Government Code Section 54957, Acting Chief of Police Carlos Reynoso, Hollister Police Department. Item number two, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, existing litigation, 4 cases. Building Industry Association versus City of Hollister Council, San Benito Superior Court Case number 19-00028. Item B, Award Homes Appellant versus County of San Benito, excuse me, and City of Hollister, 6th District Court of Appeal, case number H044894. Item C, BMC Promise Way LLC versus County of San Benito and City of Hollister, Respondent, 6th District Court of Appeals, case number H046707. Item 2D, City of Hollister Appellant versus County of San Benito, Respondent, 6th District Court of Appeal, case number H046684. And item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B, 3 potential cases.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion to move to closed session? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Well, welcome back, everybody, from vacation. All right, at this time, we're going to resume the meeting of January 21st, 2020. City Attorney will lead us. Do you have something to report out?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session regarding the items agendized for closed session discussion is a little on the long side. Regarding item number 1, threat to public safety, per Government Code Section 54957, Acting Chief of Police Carlos Reynoso, direction was given to staff. Regarding item number 2A, conference of the legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, sub-item A, Building Industry Association versus City of Hollister Council, San Benito Superior Court, case number 19-00028, direction was given to staff. Regarding item number 2B, Award Homes versus County of San Benito and City of Hollister, 6th District Court of Appeals, case number H044894. And item 2C, BMC Promiseway LLC versus City of Hollister et al., 6th District Court of Appeals, case number H046707. And item 2D, City of Hollister versus County of San Benito, 6th District Court of Appeal, case number H046684. A motion was made by Councilmember Richmond and seconded by Councilmember Spencer that regarding those 3 items, the City of Hollister enter into a settlement agreement, and that motion was adopted by a vote of 5-0. Regarding closed session item number 3, conference of the legal counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B. There were 3 items. Regarding 2 of those items, a motion was made by Councilmember Spencer and seconded by Councilmember Lenore and adopted by a vote of 5-0 that the City of Hollister be authorized to enter into tolling agreements, suspending litigation or potential litigation regarding Maple Park LLC and Hillcrest Meadows LLC. Regarding the 3rd item for potential litigation, direction was given to staff.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Resendez, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor Richmond. Here. Mayor Velazquez.
Here.
Councilmember Spencer.
Here.
Councilmember Lenore.
Present.
City Manager Miller.
Here.
City Attorney Epperson.
Here.
Chief of Police Reynoso.
Here.
Thank you. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of January 21st, 2020 was posted on the bulletin board on January 16th, 2020 at 9:45 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to move to the Employee Service Awards.
Evening, council members. I have 2 awards to present tonight. I'll begin with Al Duran. I didn't know we had a pin that went up this high. 35 years.
Wow.
An impressive achievement by an impressive individual. Al is responsible for the entire fleet of the City of Hollister. If it has wheels, tracks, anything, steering wheel, he's responsible for it. And he does a very good job maintaining it. Additionally, he's also responsible for all the backup generators at different sites throughout the city, and never once have our backup generators failed to service us when we needed it. So Al, unfortunately, is not here tonight. He had to go away on business. We appreciate it, Al, and I'll make sure he gets his pin. The other pin, I don't know if this individual's here, because quite frankly, I lost track tonight, as you can see. So is David Cardenas here? Okay. David's receiving his 5-year pin. David is instrumental to our operations. Currently, he is our CFD park individual, so he's sole responsible for the condition of the CFD parks and also the CFD landscape areas. As more CFDs come online, he'll be getting some help, but currently he's the point man, and he had accepted that additional responsibility, and we really appreciate it. He does a great job. So thank you, David. I'll make sure he gets his pin also.
Thank you very much.
Evening, Council. Evening, Mayor. The Hollister Fire Department has 3 awards to present. The first award is Nate Pruitt. I don't believe I see Nate in the audience. Nate has over 10 years of service. Nate started as a reserve firefighter, worked his way up to firefighter full-time, and then engineer. This marks his December 5th marks his 10th year. Second award I have is for John Parnello. John Parnello came into service in 1999, November 6, 1999. At the time, John was the youngest firefighter in the city of Hollister's history at a young age of 22. I'm not going to say how old he is now, but you guys can do the math. That was 20 years ago. And then we have the grand old man of Hollister Fire, Jeff Granucci, with 25 years of service. Congratulations, and thank you for your service. You can come on up and get your awards. You can figure out who is who.
Thank you, guys. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, today I want to have the honor of presenting David Anderson with his 15-year pen. David Anderson was hired with the police department here in Hollister in November 2004. Prior to working with us, he worked at the San Jose Evergreen Community School District as a police officer. From there, he worked about 4 years and went on to work for San Jose State University Police Department. He did that for about 4 years. And then he came to us, and since he's been with us, he's worked as a field training officer, a detective in investigations, a canine officer, and he was one of our first senior officers with our department. And most recently, he's been assigned as a training officer who's in charge of making sure that the whole department gets the training that's required by the state and make sure that we get reimbursed when that training is reimbursable. So a very important man. And overall, he and his lovely wife, Joni, moved to the community about 18 years ago. So they're part of our community. And today, I not only want to recognize him for his 15 years of service to our city, but overall, almost 24 years of service as a police officer. So, Dave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Reynoso. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I would just like to express that I am very honored and humbled by being able to serve the city of Hollister and the residents of Hollister over the last 15 years. So I would like to thank you. I would also especially like to thank my family, my wife Joni, my daughter Isabella, and my youngest one Lily, for their support. For without their support, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. So thank you.
I'd like to call up Mike Chambliss. So we're going to award Mike Chambliss his 15-year service award. Mike graduated from the San Jose State University. Mike has been the Director of Management Services, the Assistant City Manager for the last 6 years, where he's led the Public Works, Airport, and Risk Management divisions for the city. Mike was hired in November of 2004 as our Code Enforcement Officer. That program he developed to respond to substandard housing conditions, building construction, when there was no permits, environmental complaints, quality of life complaints, delinquent water bill collections, and abandoned shopping cart enforcement. In 2008, Mike was asked to supervise airport staff on a temporary basis as interim manager. He had 2 staff and was responsible for revenue of $450,000 while he maintained his code enforcement duties. Upon becoming the airport and code enforcement in 2009, he was responsible for representing and maintaining the airport, serving as the secretary of the Airport Advisory Commission, securing grant money for the improvements, while supervising and assisting code enforcement division. During the next 5 years, he built up the airport revenues while controlling costs, completing projects, and increasing the staff to 5 in the new department. In 2014, Mike was asked to added the Public Works Department to his responsibility, creating the new Department Management Services. These expanded responsibilities added water, sewer, storm water, fleet, street sweeping, risk management, and streets, parks, and building maintenance to the existing airport and code enforcement. They increased the staff to approximately 30 and included responsibilities for 9 budgets totaling approximately $20 million. Mike and his team's many accomplishments include increasing airport revenue to over $1 million per year, securing over $18 million in federal grants for the airport improvements, construction of airport World War II memorial, refurbishing McCarthy Park that everybody's enjoyed, refurbishing and installing ADA access to city-owned park sites, refurbishing many of the city buildings, and completion of the Downtown Light project on San Benito Street, just to name a few. And we truly appreciate Mike's service. He's done a lot for the community.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. It's an honor, obviously, to serve the citizens of Hollister. You know that. I really appreciate the opportunity to do that for 15 years. I'd like to thank my family also. My wife has put up with my phone for 15 years going off in the middle of the night. And for those of you who don't know, there's only one ringtone you can hear over an airplane, and that's one I have. So everybody's up when the phone goes off. And truly, I'd like to thank the council supports, both past council members and current. Without your trust and your faith in my staff and our abilities, we would never would have been able to do any of those projects. And finally, I'd really like to thank my staff. Without them, none of this would have happened. Every day they come to work, they give 100%, and they do a great job. So I really appreciate that, and we're looking forward to another 15 years.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council like to pull? Do we have any items from the public?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, A2.
Is that it? Okay, is there a motion from council?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda outside of A2.
Okay, so the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Move to item A2.
Elias Salinas.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I requested this item be pulled because I was looking at that, and I have a specific question with regards to the expenditures on that former Chief Dave Westrick had. It was almost a total of $2,000 for some training, and I'm wondering if a person who is retiring, how did that get approved, or what is the protocol if someone's retiring within a certain period of time? Is the city spending money to have them go to training? So I don't know if you guys, somebody can help me out with that. What's the protocol, or maybe we should keep an eye on something like that? Maybe it's the first time it's ever come through.
City
Okay.
manager, do you want to reply to that?
A1 warrants. Not A2. It's the warrants. She's talking about the expenditure for his training.
City Manager Miller, it's the December 19th warrant register in the amount of $95.55, if that helps.
Thank you. Sometimes when we have them go into reserve, we will still have them do some training, and that's what probably is for that item. So we can look it up and address the council on that item for you.
You
May I
could-
suggest you get the information and get back
Sure,
to the member of the public?
you can do that.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have no more speaker cards,
Or
Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion on item A2?
I make a motion that we receive a report, later today on motion, 2,
Action.
action 2, about the warrant for the money allotted for, retiring Chief Wester. At a future meeting. Thank you. A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Go to item B1.
Good evening, Council. This item is in regards to the ROPS, which is the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule for 2020 through 2021. Staff has prepared the ROPS 2021 with the template prepared by the Department of Finance for fiscal year 2021. This template was used by the Department of Finance and the County Auditor Controller to determine the amount of property tax increments that will be paid to the successor agency to wind down the affairs of the former redevelopment agency. The ROPS 2021 includes anticipated expenses called enforceable obligations for fiscal year 2021. Most of these expenses are related to paying off bonds of the former RDA. This is an administrative cost allowance for winding down the RDA, which helps defer costs associated with the 400 block, the Leatherback property, the West Gateway Streetscape Beautification Project, existing non-housing loans agreements, and Finance Department administration. The City Council, acting its capacity for the successor agency, is required to approve the ROPS. ROPS is then reviewed by the local oversight board and then submitted to the Department of Finance and the County Auditor and Controller. This is required to be submitted to the state before February 1st, 2020. And with that, it's staff's recommendation that council adopt the attached resolution. Are there any questions for staff?
Any question from council? City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item? City Clerk, do you have any speakers on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2020-01, a successor agency, in its capacity as a successor agency for the City of Hollister Redevelopment Agency to adopt a recognized obligation payment schedule for 2021 for the period July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're going to move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
Can I interrupt for just a second? Because we're having difficulties here. Is Paul in the house? The
Here.
reports are not coming up.
Let me get through this and we'll try to get
Okay.
you
I
over
just
there.
was, in case he wants to work on it while we're talking.
Yeah. I had the same issue. Yeah, go to the very left of that item.
Yeah, I got the plus.
Yeah, hit that where the plus is.
I did. It brings up,
Okay, while we work through that difficulty, let me finish this.
okay, thank you.
Speaker
Mark.
cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. All right, so
My first speaker, Elena Martinez.
Yeah.
Buenas noches. I'm gonna do in Spanish because it's my first language.
Before we start, what is your comment or about? So we make sure we're in the right
I'm
category.
here because I'm gonna support in the Señor Rolando Reséndiz.
That'll be on the next item.
Check.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry? Because if there's an item listed on the agenda, we can't speak it on the public comment. But when the item comes up, then you could come up and speak. Yeah, but it's listed on the agenda already. Okay? Well, we have to have it on that item, so we're, unfortunately. Si puedes esperar como 5 minutos. Sí, okay, gracias. We are. Okay,
Okay, it's on.
thank you.
Oh, I never
Thank you.
hear that very often. Never, in fact.
Do we have any other speaker cards? For any items that were clear for the public hearing, it cannot be something that is on the agenda. So if you're here to speak on the issues of the censorships, you'll wait for those items to come up. If you accidentally filled it out for public comment. Okay?
Marcy Houston?
Wrote my notes this time. Hi, Marcy Houston, The Garden Shop. So I'm just going to read this to keep me focused. I'm here to ask you to acknowledge and formalize a downtown businesses advisory group. And the reason I'm asking you is because I would like it chaired by Tina Garza. You guys hired someone and then also gave her a directive to do more events downtown. And then I think maybe somebody from Public Works and Public Safety could be on it. And this committee, actually it's just an advisory group, will be made up of only for-profit downtown businesses. And so far we have a collaborative group of 37. How we attract the rest and talk to them is something we gotta talk about, but we really feel like we need a voice because right now we don't have one. And if you put some dollars to that, all of us are paying between $3,000 and $4,000 a month just to have our space. And that's without opening the door, so that's not salary, that's not turning the heater on. So that's about $200,000 a month collectively and about $2.5 million per year. So we value our space and we'd really like to have a voice, you know, protecting it. We're your tax base. This actually could have a lot of positive benefits. On your consent agenda you just passed, thank you. Tina is doing a little leprechaun race. It's a 1K right on my street. She talked to me about it. It's gonna be awesome. But if all of us downtown businesses knew about it, we could come up with some other fun event like we did last year, which was a scavenger hunt for St. Patrick's Day. And we could all, you know, you get the people down there and then you get them into your stores. That's the goal, right? There's been events downtown that we didn't even know about that shut down the streets. So this committee, this advisory group would also, it would just bring awareness of what's happening downtown to all of us. It would collaborative spirit. We really want a cohesive downtown. We want to survive. I don't know how else to say it. And then also, if a street is going to be closed for one reason, maybe we can enhance or improve that. You know, like what Tina did with the ice skating rink. That just put a little chunk of 6th Street that was closed. When we did our photography event on 7th, that was just a little chunk, so people could still park. So it's just little things like that, and I'm just asking, please, if you'll consider this. It's just an advisory group. We understand you guys have the final say, but we would like to be able to advise you on potential street closures and road blockages.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Did it.
Good job.
Steve Becerra.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable City Council members. My name is Steve Becerra, and I'm a proud voting citizen here in San Benito County. My comments tonight are directed at all council members. Each of you were elected by a majority of the community or your constituents in your district. And I know that all of you have deep love for this community. Otherwise, you have not gone through the rigors of an election and sit yourself in the seat you're in now. I would like you to help me and all those like me who are proud to call City of Hollister home, a place where we conduct business and raise our families, a place that we should be proud to tell others we live here in Hollister. I need your help to restore civility in our local government. I need your help and ask all of you to do your part to restore and bring back confidence to our local government. To serve with honor means public servants must act ethically and honorably to earn the public's trust. The promise of democracy can be realized only if government workers earn the public's trust by doing the right thing, whether or not there are rules to guide them. This takes skill and moral courage. To serve with honor focuses especially on ethics choices between right and right, where no law or regulation is ever even possible. As a leader, you should ask yourself, how can I create positive ethical culture in my organization? I need your help and ask as public servants for you to please act honorably, and you will be honored for doing so. Honor seems to be a concept that is lost in public service, confined now only to those in the military, when in reality, it should pervade in all those who serve in government. I would like to read something that you all stood right here and said after raising your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and Constitution of the State of California. And I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will, well and faithfully, discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Our previous president, Barack Obama, said in many of his speeches when he needed to relay information to the American people, his constituents, reasons for making difficult decisions, he often said, quote, "It was the right thing to do." The right thing to do is to bring civility and honor back into our local government for all of you, and for all of you to well and faithfully discharge your duties. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela Gay.
Sorry, what was her name?
Angela Gay.
Hello, everybody. My main concerns, it happens to be concerning where my mother's home is on South Street. We have a lighting issue there concerning the traffic that goes through that area. It goes anywhere between 40 and 50 miles an hour through that section of Sally Street and where the railroad tracks end. That area has always been a 25 to 30 mile an hour speed limit. Ever since I lived there, since '63, that has been the speed limit. Since all the people started growing and moving into our town, that speed limit has gone from 30 to 50 miles an hour. The people that live on that street have to contend with their children not getting run over, their animals not getting run over. Coming out of their driveways is a pain in the ass to come out of there. No one can get out. They have to wait till it's absolutely clear. Where it used to be that people see them driving out or backing out of their driveway, they would stop. Now they don't. They go around the car when they see them pulling out, which to me, it makes no sense at all. Now for the lighting, we used to have 5 lights on our street. One at the beginning of Sally, all the way to the end of McRae, right before the stop sign, before they hit railroad tracks. Now there is only one light for that entire block. The only time that we have lighting is when the cannery season is on. Then that's the only time. That's only 3 months out of the year. And that is pathetic. When we used to have 5 to 6 lights on that street alone. Now it's not there. And everybody who lives on that block has to take a flashlight if they want to walk. And it's pathetic. You can't see nothing. You can't see the cracks in the sidewalk. You can't see nothing. So I'm pretty well ticked off about it. We pay the tax money. We pay everything that we're supposed to pay. Yet our little area is never taken care of. The rest of the city is, but we're not. And another section that I got very adamant about is Washington Street. Yeah, they may have told you where they were going to do the street, but to me, that whole street should have been done. Period. In the conversation. That street has been like that since 1945, and they use the excuse of earthquakes. That is a pathetic reason. Even for West Street, there was a section that was so bad that nobody wanted to go down that street. Even the people that lived on that street didn't want to go down that street. Then they finally got it straight. They finally got their road done. But it took them 20 years. 20 years to wait for that street to get fixed. And they lived there forever. And I'm not talking poor people. I'm talking median income people. Now they're all retired. And those cars are gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I received written correspondence from Joseph Thompson and Cheryl Vaughn Booth. And my next speaker is Melinda Cortez.
Hello, everybody. I would like to address you the way everybody calls you, honorable. Hi, everybody. I'm Melinda Cortez, and I live here in Hollister. I'm a transplant from Santa Cruz County, and I moved here back in 2010. And I just want to encourage that we all work together and try to be nice and love one another, because we all live in this community, and not say such mean words to each other. And that, yeah, I think we should work on that. And also about the growth, I would really like that we not grow anymore, because there's like too many.
All right. So everyone, I appreciate everybody's emotional and
Yeah,
your
so
words are
there's-
important, but we have to make sure we don't clap at this point. Once everybody finishes, then we could, if you want to applaud, once everybody's finished. Now, many do, but we want to make sure it's fair for everybody. Okay, so go ahead and go on.
Yeah, so I think we have enough growth already. We're pretty much overpopulated. The high school's like a scary mess. And my children are going to be going there soon. I'm really afraid to send them there, because it seems as if there's already just so many heads there and very little staff. And that's what scares me about that. There's not enough jobs here. I'm currently looking for a job. I've got a little DoorDash job going on because I can't find a job. And when I do go to look for work, I have to go look out of town. And that is also another nightmare. So please, no more growth. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julio Rodriguez.
Good evening, everyone. So I've been proactively looking into to the SB1 funds on Southside and Union Road. So I've been told to reach out to Caltrans. I've reached out to Caltrans, and they've told me to reach out to the city of Hollister, City Works. So I don't know if this is a county issue. I don't know if this is a city issue. But regardless or not, I've been proactively looking into that. And I'm not saying anything nefarious is going on with those funds, but I really feel like it's a coincidence that new development is now being developed on Southside Road, and then all of a sudden I see our gas tax dollars that we all voted on are now going to fix those roads. Like I said, not saying anything nefarious, but it is kind of a coincidence that those funds are being used to fix that road. So my question is, if I've been told to reach out to the city of Hollister, I've been told to reach out to, it almost seems like I'm on this huge chase. So I really would like some answers. I think we the people deserve some answers because, we're paying an extra, things like 6 cents at the pump. So I want to know where those impact fees went on Southside Road. I want to know what's going on. Like, it almost seems like a coincidence. Like I said, I just think we the people deserve some answers. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julio.
Salvador Mora.
Tell you in a second.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilmen, and women. Yesterday, the nation celebrated the life of Martin Luther King Jr. Hopefully yesterday you all took that day and remembered what he stood for, how much he loved not only his friends, but his enemies as well. And that's something that the panel as a whole could take in and maybe treat one another a little bit better. I doubt any of you have experienced the things that people in the 60s, people of color in the 60s have went through, being attacked by dogs, lynched, spat at, thrown a whole bunch of things to, beaten. So for a man who can go through something like that and who wouldn't say a single negative word about his enemies says a lot about his character. And unfortunately, some of our leaders here, some of our elected leaders lack character, lack honor. Not sure if maybe you forgot about history class when you took through K through 12 schooling, but it seems like we need to get back on track. You need to look deep inside your soul and find out, am I really a good person? Am I a really good leader? Because I guarantee you, in November of this year, the constituents of this city will let you know if they think that you were a good leader or not. Now, it's unfortunate that Miss Carol Lenore is not running for election. She's been the only one out of the 5 who's been kind of, hasn't been in the limelight. She's been respectful. I haven't heard her say really a bad thing about anybody. I appreciate that. I thank you very much. And I know there's still time. Hopefully you would reconsider. But, it's just very unfortunate that we have to spend more time speaking about how our elected leaders cannot act like leaders when we have issues that the city needs to be addressing. I also don't appreciate our mayor wanting to deflect what people say to each other as a development issue. It's developers. Developers aren't cause of all this problems. Developers don't tell everybody what to say or how to react. You're against new development. You also purchased a new development 2015. Make sure you tell the constituents that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ben George.
Sorry, sir, what was your name?
Ben George.
Ben George.
Ben George, thank you.
Hi, my concern is about the stoplight right behind Target. You all know where it is, right? I have a problem with the way that traffic light acts. It turns green for people to turn left at the same time that it lets pedestrians go, and this has caused a problem because I have almost been hit trying just to skate to my friend's house several times this year because cars think that they have the right of way, which they do not. As a pedestrian, I have the right of way, and you cannot just hit me just because the light turned green. That's not how that works. I don't deserve to have my life risked just because I'm saving the world by not using gas to get to school every day. Thank you.
Sir. Mr. George, Ben, what intersection are we talking about exactly so we're clear?
Airline Highway.
Airline and Sunset?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I need clarification back on the item that was pulled. It was actually A1, not A2, warrant registers.
That's right. A1.
Also, did you pass it? Because there's more than one warrant register. Did you pass it with a report coming back?
Originally, A1 was passed without a discussion. A2 was pulled.
A2 was the minute, so it
They-
should have been the other way
They
around.
mistakenly pulled
Yes.
A2.
Yeah. So with that being corrected now, was that adopted with an amendment for a report to come back at a future meeting?
A report was going to be coming back from the city manager to explain what the.
Okay, I just
charge
want to make
was.
sure I have that clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
No more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're going to move to item D1, city manager. And do you want to answer some of those questions that were asked a little earlier?
Yeah, correct. So on South Street for the lighting, the engineering department is in contact with PG&E about returning some street lights back to that street.
Can you find out why they would have taken them off in the first place?
Sure, we can do that. And then Union and Southside Road, that is the county. So they would have to talk to the county on that part. And then we'll have staff contact Caltrans on the light at Sunset and Airline Highway, which that is their traffic signal, but we would want our citizens safe, so we will have somebody contact them.
And for clarification on Washington Street, isn't that on the list for the
Correct.
repairs this year?
Correct.
For that, somebody had that question also.
Correct. And
Okay.
that concludes my report.
Do you have
I'm
any-
going to defer to
Just
Chief Reynoso.
information, I spoke with the gentleman and provided him the information for the county, for the South Side and Union, and with the help of a developer that's here as well, we gave him some information with that, answered all his questions.
Okay. Do you have any other?
Nothing more to report.
Okay. How about item D2, training and reports?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Last month and the month before, Hollister Fire had 13 staff members attend various training from driver operator, intermediate wildland, company officer, line EMT. We had advanced life support, wildland fire apparatus, and infrequently used skills. That concludes my report pending your question.
Thank you, sir. Any speaker cards on that item?
I attended a training last Friday for the Fair Political Practices Commission in Salinas, and it was very, very enlightening. There's been a few changes this year, as there usually is. It was a good training.
Okay, thank you. All right,
That should be it.
we're going to move to item E1, public hearing.
Good evening, council. Staff is recommending that the council do one of two things: either continue the item till a date certain of March 2nd, 2020, or that the council table the item until a date uncertain, and staff will re-notice this project once direction has been given from legal counsel.
Okay. Any questions from council? Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. So I have a question. Do we expect to have some information from legal counsel by what was the first date you wanted to continue?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd?
Yes. And just really quickly, we were looking for a written determination from legal counsel. Staff has been actively looking into the legalities of secondhand smoke and then having food and beverage mixed with smoke. So in the process of trying to get the written legal determination, we've also gotten determination from the state tobacco program. So those are things that we would like to tie into a new staff report.
Well, I had an ex parte discussion with the gentlemen who want to promote this, and they mentioned to me, although they didn't give me a date, they mentioned to me that they had won the lottery for the liquor license, and that they had a time limit to return a properly executed permit, or that would become invalid. Do you know when that expires?
I
that
do not
time
know
limit?
of that date, no.
Is there anybody here representing?
Well, we'll have that at the public hearing. So,
Okay.
we'll
Wait,
have that,
I'll
we
wait
can
for you to
answer
open it.
that in the public hearing.
Okay, so you don't know at this time?
At this time, no, we do not.
When that might expire?
No.
Okay.
And also, there has been so the ABC issues in overconcentrated areas, which downtown is, the applicant has to go through the process of getting the CUP, which is what we're trying to get before you tonight. The item that complicates it and what we're waiting on legal determination, and as I mentioned, going through the process of contacting the state tobacco program, San Benito County Health, there's an issue with having food and beverage mixed with smoke.
Understood.
And that falls under alcohol. So that's kind
ABC.
of, yes. So we also have the opinion that was written by the Attorney General that you'll also see, but that's kind of, we've been in the process of trying to gather more information on how we can present this item to you.
That's all understood. I just was curious, and we'll find out when the applicant speaks.
Yes.
When, if we're not going to be finished until after the date expires, it won't, in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense then, because then the whole thing's invalid.
Understood.
So I want to find out when that expires. Thank you.
The question, I do have a question for you, and I went through the legal documents to understand what's going on here, and it's quite clear in the Attorney General's opinion that the minute you introduce alcohol or food, it invalidates the whole cigar smoking room
That's
deal.
correct, yes.
So I'm trying to understand what other legal opinion are we trying to get? If we have that from the Attorney General's office, it seems, are we gonna ask the Attorney General again? As I understood what's happened in the past, there might have been a few communities that might have accidentally approved some of these locations, but the ruling seems pretty clear as far as what their opinion seems pretty clear on how the law works, so I'm, kind of.
Mr. Mayor, I think that the holdup here is that we've been asked to reevaluate that opinion by the applicant. We're in the process of doing that. I think it can be wrapped up very quickly and then come back to the council within the next meeting or two.
Okay.
Next couple meetings.
Thank you. Okay. This time I'm gonna, is there any other comments or questions from council? This time we're gonna open it to public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? For item E1, resolution number 2020-2, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving conditional use permit number 2019-8 for the establishment of a full-service liquor bar within the newly proposed Lexington Cigar Lounge located at 419 San Benito Street, further identified as San Benito County Assessor Parcels Number 054-120-032 in the downtown mixed-use zoning district. I have one speaker, Jess Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor and councils. Mayor, I just want to point out to you, you just mentioned there was the opinion of the attorney. An opinion is not a law. It's just an opinion. So based on the documentation we have presented to you, to the city of Hollister, by right of zoning, we're entitled to have the Cigar Lounge. As far as ABCs goes, as far as ABCs goes, you know, there's nothing against the law that we cannot have one. Now, in reference to what Councilman Marty was asking about it, we have 90 days to get a letter from the city of Hollister as of December 30th, which I have submitted as requested by ABC to the individual that I've been talking with in the city. I submitted the letter, and she said that she was gonna forward it to legal counsel, and that's pretty much what the time frame is. But again, I just want to emphasize, an opinion is an opinion. It's not a law. And by everything that your staff have presented to us and speaking with ABC, there's nothing illegal what my client is trying to do.
Okay. Is that it? Any questions? Councilmember?
Tell me again, when does your 90 days run out?
That will be from December 30th, when it's
90 days from December 30th?
correct.
Approximately
So 30
March 30th.
January, February, March 30th.
Approximately.
March 30th, correct, plus or
Okay.
minus.
It's just my major concern is you get an answer from us prior to that. If we're not gonna get an answer to you prior to that, it won't make any difference what the answer is, because the 90 days will expire. If the 90 days expires, you lose your license requirement, winning on the thing.
The other thing about it that I'd like to mention to you guys, as I have in the past, is ABC still has the final say whether my client will get his license or not. So all we asking is for approval from you guys to move on his investment, and ABC will be the final decision maker whether he gets a bar or not.
Thank you for the information.
Okay, any other
I'll wait for you
questions?
to close the public hearing.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Any other speakers?
I have no other speaker
This time we're
cards,
gonna
Mr.
close
Mayor.
public hearing. Councilmember Lenore?
I just wanted to say that, I'm not a lawyer, that's why we have one. So if we just don't listen to him, that wouldn't be a very good course of action. So I do, think that the city attorney's opinion, based on law, that he is hired to interpret for us, is relevant. Also, I want to report that the process has pretty much been the same for any establishment seeking alcohol license to serve alcohol. They get the ABC first, and then the city does their approval after. So I just don't understand why we're being asked to vary from that. I would like to see it stay the process it's always been. Totally don't have a problem with the use, but I'd like to see ABC sign off on it like they have on any other request that's gone on behalf of the city of Hollister. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay,
Question for staff.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Staff, including the city attorney, do we think we can have an answer by the 2nd of March?
That should not be any problem whatsoever by the March 2nd
Okay.
city council meeting, Mr. Richmond.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Spencer?
How about the end of February? I just don't want to see them lose their license, because once their license is gone, it's going to be that much harder for them, if at all, to get another one. They've worked very hard on their project. I would like to see.
Councilmember Spencer, I also don't think that would be a problem. I can only speak to my part. The rest of staff will have to speak to their part on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we table this to a date certain, the date being the February 18th meeting, and try very hard to get both a recommendation from our city attorney and work through with staff to get an answer. I understand I'm shorting it out, but unfortunately, there's a deadline. If we don't make the deadline, it doesn't matter what we say, because what'll happen is it'll just expire all by itself. And that would, I think we should step up and take our responsibilities seriously, and at least try to make the deadline. No matter what we say, we should try to do it before it expires all by itself. Thank you. That's my motion.
So you made a motion for date certain, February
18th.
18th. Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Before we move to the next item, do we have students here tonight?
Oh, yeah, you do.
We have some high school students. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Otherwise, you guys are gonna be here till midnight. So come up and we'll sign your paperwork, okay? We're gonna take a 5-minute break here.
Brett.
So I don't get out much. Except to come here. No, I had it too. I had cancer too. Oh, good for him. Oh, wow. No, well, Joyce is 78, same age. She'll be 78, same age I am. So. Yeah. That's right. That's what I always say.
right, everyone, at this time, we're going to resume the meeting.
Separatist, yeah.
All right, we're going to move to item F1. City Manager, are you going to be introducing this?
Actually, it's city clerk, but
City Clerk will introduce it.
yeah.
This item is resolution number 2020-3, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister censuring Councilmember Resendez for a gender-based slur and for suggesting there was a sexual promiscuous relationships between council members. This was asked to be put on the agenda by Councilmember Spencer at the December 16th, 2019 City Council meeting and seconded by Vice Mayor Richmond at the same meeting.
Thank you. City Attorney, now I believe there might be a conflict with the 3 council members that face potential the censoring of their comments. I believe it would be proper for them to recuse themselves. I want to make sure the record is showing that. Clerk? At the very least, I believe Councilmember Honor Spencer should recuse herself. She may have been involved in a hate crime against Councilmember Resendez. That's still under investigation. And I want to make sure that is noted on the record. I think these are very serious issues, and I do think the 3 involved should recuse themselves, as I said, or at the very least, Councilmember Spencer should recuse herself. Can you please?
That's noted, Mr. Mayor. I have to be cautious not to do anything in open session that would constitute giving legal advice. I think all the council members from prior discussions as well as prior statements I've made on other issues are aware that where there's an actual conflict or perception of conflict, that can be a challenge and should usually be avoided. In this particular case, at least I'm not aware of a financial conflict, which greatly impacts whether or not someone should recuse themselves. And we do have the unique issue that if we had 2 or 3 members recuse themselves, we might actually lose a quorum and not be able to actually deal with this. That impacts it as well. So with that said, and without giving any specific advice to any member, if a member feels that he or she should recuse themselves, that would be advisable. And if they do not, that is ultimately up to the choice of individual council members.
Okay. Councilmember Richmond?
Thank you. I certainly am not going to recuse myself.
Okay.
I have no conflict of interest in any way, shape, or form. I'm a member of this city council. As far as Councilmember Spencer being involved in a hate crime, we usually have the trial before we convict anybody. I guess the mayor does it a different way. He convicts them first and then has the trial later. Look, this is not the Soviet Union. Everybody gets to defend themselves first. That's the way we work. So I didn't accuse anybody and then say you can't defend yourself. So he wants Councilmember Spencer to say I'm guilty and walk off the stage. Would you do that? Hell no, you wouldn't do that. No good American would do that. There's no reason for anybody to recuse themselves. Mr. Resendez is the subject of censure. No one's asking him to recuse himself.
I just did.
I don't think you did.
I did. I said
Yeah.
all 3 should
Well,
recuse themselves.
using that logic, I could bring a censure resolution against the mayor and Mr. Resendez, and they'd both have to leave. They couldn't vote. look, we're here to hear the testimony, and we're here to vote. And no one should recuse themselves. Everyone, unless they have a financial conflict of interest, which the mayor often has and doesn't declare. We all know that. So I'm going to stay, and I hope everybody else stays too. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Spencer.
I would just like to say that this allegation that I'm involved in a hate crime is the first time I've heard about it. I have not been informed by police, not by the state, by nobody. And I am very disheartened that you would even think that I would do something like that, Mayor.
Yeah.
But I can imagine, I understand why, and it's okay.
Okay.
I will not recuse myself because I am not involved in a hate crime.
Okay, thank you. As I said, I want to make sure that is on the record for this. So there's potential issues down the road. It was made clear before we started down this path.
So I'll make the motion for the resolution.
I have some speakers on this
I'll
item.
make the motion because that's what our process says, and I'll reserve my comments for the closing arguments as I'm entitled to do by our procedure. I'll make the motion. Motion 2020-3, resolution City Council, City of Hollister, censuring council member Resendez for gender-based slur and suggesting there's a sexual and promiscuous relationship between council members. May I get a second?
I second.
Okay, this time, is there anything council members like to say before we start with the audience tonight?
Can I read a speech?
You can absolutely read whatever you want,
Okay.
or you can wait till after the speakers. You wanna
I'll
read
wait till
first?
after the speakers.
Okay. All right, do we have?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody want to speak?
Elena Martinez.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, if I may, I just want to briefly address the council. We were told that there's going to be some Spanish speakers in the audience this evening, and if it's okay, if it's the will of the council, I can help translate the Spanish speakers for the
Absolutely,
audience and
thank
for you
you.
to.
I'm in agreement, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I changed my mind, and I think I can do it in English, okay?
Whatever you're more comfortable
Yes.
with. Okay.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Elena Martinez. I have been a resident of Hollister for 14 years, and I'm the mother of two wonderful children who's belonging to the community LGBTQ. His is one of my sons. So my daughter is Jocelyn Gonzalez. She's 22 years old, and Shaquille is 13 years old. Jocelyn arrived in this country at the age of 7 years, and not only did she live the rest of my family in Mexico, but also had a cultural and language change. It was not easy for her, but she did it very, very good. She has completed her elementary school, middle school, and high school here in Hollister. She was interviewed by the local Hollister newspaper for being an amazing student and a great player of basketball team. Next to graduating from college, she will transfer to the university. She is a brilliant civil engineer student. Also, she is a president of WISE, that is the Club of Women Engineering and Science. And also, she's got an internship in the Pacific Crest Company in Watsonville. My second son is Shaquille Gonzalez. He is in the middle school, and she's gonna be graduated very soon and gonna make the transfer to San Benito High School. His dream is to be a hair surgeon doctor, and I know he will achieve this because he's an intelligent little guy. I'm here as a mother and as a resident of Hollister supporting Mr. Rolando Resendez as a leader and a strong part of our community. First of all, because he has the capacity and the courage. Second, because he is gay and he is a Latino. Third, because we need more political leaders that belonging belonging to the community LGBTQ here in Hollister and all part of the world, representing us in this generation and the future generation. As a mother, a part of this society, I am filled with a great responsibility to supporting our community, and I want to invite everybody here to support, love, and understanding and respect for all those that have different preferences. In the end of the day, the education starts in home. I invite you all people that are here to practice love, respect, acceptance, inclusion, diversity, and equality. At the end of the day, our wonderful community has been, and will be part of our society. Families, friends, neighbors, I invite you to practice and remember that love is love.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Victoria Montoya.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Montoya, and I'm a voter registered from 1671 Central Avenue. And I came here not to support anyone here. I came to put my 2 cents. And what I mean by that what happened with the words exchanging all this negative stuff should have been taken care of in a mediation inside in a building, not for the public to know. We can hear it, but we don't have to know what goes behind the doors. And that's my opinion, that what is going to be said here is not going to help anyone except create gossip. And this has to stop. If we're going to be gossipers, then we're not a good county. So that's my point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Natasha Wist.
Yes, I'm Natasha Wist, and I'm a resident of this county. And I'm here tonight to support Councilman Resendez. As I understand it, he has apologized to the people for his inappropriate remarks. And I understand also that he has received threatening and homophobic messages since that incident. I fear our elected representatives are mirroring the dysfunction of our national scene. My fervent hope is that all will apologize to those offended and our representatives can get on with the people's business. I helped to gather 4,000 signatures on the referendum for Measure K and heard innumerable complaints about the lack of transparency and attention to what the residents of this county want from their city council and board of supervisors. It's time our representatives work together to honor the diversity and differences among us and support democracy, not petty power struggles between elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosalinda Sanchez.
Good evening. My name is Rosalinda Sanchez, and I am an arts education administrator and family and women's rights advocate. My family arrived in Hollister just over a year ago. We met kind and well-intending people in Hollister. We were optimistic about our move. After helping found an official PTA at Calaveras Elementary and Middle School, I met Roland and his talented partner when they joined us in organizing a community engagement garden art event. We aligned our project along with the First Saturday Scholars Program in collaboration with Superintendent Diego Ochoa. The project was a prime example of what shared leadership can achieve in a place that is in dire need of unity, connection, and attention. Our relationship with the school quickly suffered when the school's administration could not tolerate parents who spoke up in our diverse community. Roland urged us to be optimistic about the education system in Hollister. Unfortunately, despite Roland's advocacy, our voices didn't matter. Underprivileged and underrepresented people historically have been told our voices do not count, our stories do not matter, and our experiences are not valid. We are less likely to be at the decision-making table, and when we do get there, we have to be 3 times more patient, well-mannered, and educated to be considered good enough. Is Roland responsible for all of Hollister's problems? People have lost sight of the real issue, Hollister's gentrification issue. This is a divisive and controversial issue that is happening all over our state and the country. Gentrification raises the cost of living, affects local schools and traffic, displaces residents, and happens without the voice of the taxpayers. Although Roland's remarks on social media were tough to digest, at a rally recently, he humbly addressed those comments with his constituents. Trying to quiet Roland, just as some parents at Calaveras are also told to be quiet about our children's needs, doesn't solve Hollister's gentrification issue. Mutual respect, trying over and over again, and taking all voices into account can. One thing is for sure, with all of the mass development, more and more people who stand and speak up are coming. Rather than anyone being censured, isn't it best to unify the diverse voices of Hollister in shared leadership with the taxpayers Hollister's officials serve? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Rebecki?
I want to say a few positive things, but it seems like the 2 themes that are predominant tonight are civility, respect. That's what I would say in regards to civility, respect. And the other one is the traffic issue. I came to San Benito County in 1975. Of course, it was very different, and I don't know, I don't think, maybe one of the board members was here at that time in 1970.
Just so we're clear, are we talking about this issue here about the censuring of Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes, I know. Yeah, but I want to say a few positive things. And 2 of my former students are here, and I'm very proud of the fact that Abraham Prado was in my 2nd grade class. I was a bilingual teacher. And
better behave, Abraham.
Abraham came into my 2nd grade class. He didn't speak English, and now he's offering to translate for somebody. And he was a very respectful student. And another student of mine was Carlos Reynoso in junior high. And he was also a very respectful student. So those are 2 positive things in regards to respect. Now, the issue of traffic, I think, is one of the predominant issues that we have in our community. And I think some of the things that have come about Roland, I really don't know any of you. I've talked to you, I've talked to Marty, I've talked to Ignacio and Roland. I think Honor came to my house, I spoke to her. Carol, I think you were at my house too, I think maybe. What's your name again? Larry Rebecki.
Oh, Mr. Rebecki.
Yeah, I think you came. Anyway, I don't really know them. I don't have an agenda, I'm not taking sides, but I think Roland is trying to talk about smart growth, and I think we all need to get a little smart about our growth. I've been here since 1975. When I came down to Hollister, immediately my heart, I felt something special about this place, and I love the community. And there were only 3 stoplights at that time, 3 stoplights. And growth is good. I'm not anti-growth, but smart growth is different than rampant growth. And I know people say, oh, we're mandated by the state. And I think our governor has rescinded some of those mandates because communities are becoming overwhelmed with growth. It's causing stress. I'm fortunate that I don't have to commute into this community or commute out or commute back into it because it's very stressful for families. I used to coach after school, and I don't think that most of these parents can get home in time to see their kids. Anyway, I think
Thank you very much, sir.
I'd just like to see more cohesiveness and cooperation.
Thank you very much.
Yolanda Pagadon.
Say again?
Yolanda Pagadon. Yolanda? Is
Here
there a Yolanda Pagadon?
Okay, she left.
Mary Hesia Coron?
Good evening. My name is Mary Shaw Coron. I actually live in Aromas. I've been there. I live near San Juan Bautista. Been there for 33 years. And normally I don't come here to talk about Hollister issues, but I've known Roland when he was a volunteer in Measure J about 6 years ago. And he was a very passionate volunteer. And I always felt that he was someone who was a very good heart, who really cared about the community. And I was very disturbed to hear the way he's been characterized in the press, because it's not the person that I know. So I'm here more as a character witness. I also have not heard him say things that are, sexist, that he's been accused of. I feel that probably what's happened is that there's been a misinterpretation. And I do think that, if what he has posted on social media, I know that people can get very heated on social media. I've seen that a lot. That's why I don't engage in it too much. But I think we should probably listen to the community right now, because I think what's happening here is that the community wants we would rather see apologies, reconciliation. We like to see the city council work together. I know it's difficult because people have very strong opinions. I think at the root of this, the arguments is really about growth in our county, the level of growth. But what really disturbs me is I'm a feminist, and I am very concerned that the issue of sexism, the Me Too movement, is being weaponized right now and being used against Roland in a way that I think is very dangerous. And I think that there are people who are very well-meaning who are being used to some extent. So I think that what's happening is very dangerous for our community, that you are escalating a level of sort of animosity towards each other, which we don't need in our community. We need more harmony. And we need discussions about how to solve problems like the traffic and the growth problems. So what I would really recommend is apologies, because everyone is human. I apologize myself for some of the things I've done and said, and I think that would be very healing. I think you should drop the censures on both sides. I think that would make everyone very happy, and I think it would elevate all of you in the eyes of the public. I think if you move forward with the censure, you will really, even though one side may win, the other will lose, you all lose, and all of the city will lose. And I think, anyway, I appeal to you to consider that apologies versus censorship and reconciliation and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andy Shakaran?
Well, it's a hard act to follow. It's clear that this is a polarized community. I know that from having collected 840 signatures on Measure K myself. I've probably talked to more people in this community than all of you combined in the last couple months. I probably talked to 12 or 1,300 people. And so it's clear that there's very strong emotions, and people on this council ran on either side of these issues. And that has compelled a lot of strong feeling. Now, somebody earlier said that you guys all took an oath to defend the Constitution. Well, the First Amendment to the Constitution is freedom of speech. So, yes, sometimes what people say is not necessarily the best. The metaphor of comparing people to animals, for instance, cucarachas, is never accurate, and probably when you compare developers to cucarachas, probably both parties feel a little bit of offense, to be frank. It's an old thing that human beings have done all along. Every culture, Native American cultures talks about people being bears or lions or wolves. So we've always compared ourselves in some ways, but it's never very accurate. But, and so I urge people not to, and to stick to the issues that you really disagree with people about regarding these, you know, growth. And so we do have the right to do that. It's not always the wisest thing to do, to compare folks to any kind of animal. But what we don't have the right to do is to mischaracterize what somebody said. That's slander. And frankly, I heard Roland numerous times indeed compare the developers to cucarachas. Those who are stretching a long way and saying this has some kind of metaphor to do with sexuality or anything, it's just ridiculous. And you all know it. I could, if you told somebody was a buen hombre, I could find a language in the world somewhere it meant that a goat's mother or something. I mean, so this was a huge stretch, and if you think that that makes sense to censure people on that, I think you're going to bring ridicule on our community. I think you should step back from all of this censoring and actually get down to where you can talk again, because we're going to be talking about growth in this community for many, many months to come, probably years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irma Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Irma Gonzalez. The resolution for censuring Mr. Resendez, I'm here to thank you for putting it on the board, on the agenda. I asked for it. The resolution is for a gender-based slur that I choose not to repeat, and for suggesting there's a sexual and promiscuous relationship between council members. By most anyone's standards here, these are hateful acts against women and should not be tolerated. They are profoundly disrespectful to all women, some of you maybe not, depends how you were brought up, to his colleagues and to the community that he was elected to represent. This is disrespectful. Instead of being self-aware and acknowledging that these actions were wrong with an apology, you haven't apologized. You threatened me. You threatened my children. You called me names. I'd like an apology. I asked you for one the last time when I was here. Instead, you deflected. No more homes. This is not about homes. This is not about development. This is about you calling me names. That's what this is about. Instead, you follow with denials, expressions of anger, threats, placing the blame on everybody else except you, with the help of the mayor. Councilmember Resendez responds as to get even. This is evidence was the item on the next agenda, a pathetic attempt to tarnish the good names of Councilman Marty Richmond and Councilwoman Honor Spencer with a censor of their own as payback. What a sad state of affairs we are in. I'm here to express my support for the censor of Roland Resendez. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Catherine Booth.
Hey there. Hate talking in public, and I wasn't going to, but I decided that I was going to. So Mr. Resendez, I have not received an apology from you, nor has my wife. I'm also a gay person. I am not associated with any developers. I work at a hospital. I came here a couple months ago to protest the hiring of a man named Paul Eckert that was going to be hired in Hollister. Sioux City, Iowa paid a $1.3 million settlement suit to a man, this man who was accused of sexual harassment at work. First time in 10 years I've come to City Hall to protest this vote. I protested it, came with signs, came with people that I met on Facebook, spoke out about it, and then I was attacked online by Mr. Resendez, and Mr. Mayor encouraged Mr. Paul Eckert to sue me for speaking out. We have all the posts. If you guys want to contact me, if you want to see the feeds, I could show you everything that's happened since my first day here. Mr. Resendez, your friends, your family are sweet. I've talked to a few of them, and you haven't been honest with them. You haven't been honest with them, and you owe them an apology. Your words speak to your character. Words like cunt, cockroach, boomer, angry woman, sister. My wife asked you 5 times not to refer to her as sister, and you still did it. You still did it. Mr. Mayor, your continued support and your vote on censure tonight speaks volumes about your character. We will not forget in November. We will not be silent. I find it ironic that a man is standing up here saying how women are supposed to be feeled about calling a name. It doesn't matter if he's a gay man or a straight man. He is calling women names. And any man that defends us, he's online attacking them. And it didn't stop after the community showed up 3 weeks ago. It did not stop. He went back online and he taunted with the cucaracha. I'm sorry, I apologize, I don't speak Spanish. But he taunted. He didn't stop. He didn't apologize. He didn't reach out to me. He didn't reach out to my wife. As far as I know, he didn't reach out to Miss Gonzalez. He didn't reach out to Elia. I don't know if she's even here. But you owe the community, both of you, an apology because you are snowing them big time, Mr. Mayor. This has nothing to do with development, nothing.
Violeta Sanchez.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Violeta Sánchez. La única razón que yo estoy aquí es para no apoyo a ninguno ni a otro del el agresor o los agresores. Las redes sociales, la internet y todo, es arma de 2 filos. Yo pienso que lo que sentimos el uno hacia el otro debemos de darnos el respeto. Si yo quiero respeto como comunidad hacia ustedes, tengo que dárselos, el respeto. Lo que quiero declarar cucaracha, depende del término que se haya estado discutiendo, quiere decir que vamos a vivir amontonados, ¿ok? Porque yo crecí y estudié en México. Vine a este país hace 47 años, pero no pierdo mis raíces mexicanas. El decir a una persona cuca, puede decir cucaracha, abreviado, pero en mi tierra latina de México, cuca o cuco son las personas que se llaman refugios o refugias. En inglés, la palabra refugio es para las personas homeless. No existe en inglés la palabra refugio de persona, como nombre para persona. ¿Ok? Y es lo que quiero aclarar. Hubo un presidente en México, un indígena, su nombre era Benito Juárez, y decía, el respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz, y no la estamos implementando, ni aquí ni allá. Vemos el problema que tenemos con nuestro presidente, mandando textos, faltándose al respeto, no nomás a la persona, sino a toda la nación. Entonces yo pienso que como humanos que somos y personas adultas debemos de dar el respeto para recibir el respeto. A veces yo no estoy de acuerdo con a uno de ustedes, pero sin embargo les digo mis necesidades, pero con respeto. Y sobre todo, si una persona hay que respetar si es gay o su preferencia sexual. Aquí no se viene a discutir eso, señores. Aquí se viene a respetar y lo que nos afecta nada más. Pero quiero aclarar, si traducimos la palabra refugio en inglés, quiere decir un lugar para los homeless, pero en español el nickname es cuco o cucas, ¿ok? Eso se tiene que aclarar. Yo soy Violeta y mi nickname me dicen violencia, tal vez porque hablo muy recio y muy directa, pero siempre sin cruzar líneas, con el respeto. Aquí tengo una persona que conocí muy chiquito, el señor Reynoso, y aquí este niño, 47 años conociéndolos.
Gracias.
Y todos mis respetos para ustedes.
Gracias.
El respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz.
Gracias.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, what Ms. Violeta Sanchez came here to address the council and members of the public is basically started off by saying that she does not take any sides at this time. What she is here for is to make sure that respect is generated. And that's the main support that she's giving this evening. She indicated that social media is a two-sided sword, and respect is what is needed. She indicated that the word cockroach typically can also seem or be referred to as when people are bunched up together, such as reference to cockroaches as they do. And she also indicated that the word cuca can also mean the name or the nickname for the Spanish name of refugio or refugia, which can also be translated short for cuca. She's indicated that she's been here for 47 years, originated from Mexico, and that she quoted an indigenous Mexican president from the state of Oaxaca who indicated that respect to others' rights is peace, and she wants to make sure that we should live by that. She's indicated that it's really hard to follow respect when it comes from the very top. Our current president tweets texts that really harm our nation with some of those comments, and we need to give respect to earn respect. And she indicated that sometimes she's not in accord with some of the comments that are stated by the City Council, but that she respects and those comments as well. And she just wanted to finish off by saying that the name Cuca is short, in her understanding, for refugio, and that generally also can mean a place for those who don't have a place to live. And she finished by indicating the support for respect amongst people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colin Kosmicki.
Good evening. I'm in the unique position that I know all of you fairly well and on variable levels. And I've known maybe Ignacio the longest from early 2000s as a reporter. I consider Marty a friend. I consider Roland a friend. Marty's driven me to the airport on a couple of occasions maybe. And what I can say is I think you're all good people. I just think you're all good people. You have good intentions. You're passionate about city issues, but you just don't get along. And that's okay. People don't have to get along. It doesn't even make sense for all people to get along. But what I think the people of Hollister want to see is, despite the fact that you don't get along, that you come to work here and you treat each other with respect and you bring professionalism to the table every time you're here. And so this is really just spiraled way out of control, right? I mean, this is like one of those fights that's just, it seems like it's getting worse and worse, and we're not going to find a way out of it. And the downside of that is that we got a lot of work to do in this city. There are a lot of challenges here to deal with, and this has become a huge distraction. And I don't even know if most people out there in the public realize that you guys work together to approve a growth control ordinance, that there was some compromise, at least enough to bring back the Hollister motorcycle rally. Those are two issues recently that I think you work together and you show that you can do that. And I just think we have to move forward basically and basically stop the bleeding here. And so I'm strongly urging you guys to deny all the censures. I just think you have to look at this issue and say, what good is going to come from that? And I always say the number one job of an elected official and a council member is on every decision, every time you come up here is to think, what am I doing to serve the constituents? Is this decision good for the constituents? And you have to ask yourself that tonight. Is this decision that I'm considering, is this path that I'm going down, is that good for the constituents? That has to be the number one priority on every single consideration you have. So I have a solution for you. Move on. Let bygones be bygones. Let's get along up here. You don't have to like each other. Everybody that works in the same office, there's usually people that don't like each other. okay? But that doesn't mean you can't work together and respect each other. And so I'm just asking you here tonight, I'm strongly urging you to deny the censures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Erica Orozco? Or is it Orozco? Helia?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Erika Orozco. Yo llegué aquí a Hollister en 1995. Llegué a este pueblo de Los Ángeles pensando que este era un pueblo para mí, muy bien para que mis hijos crecieran. Hasta hace unos 2 años que el pueblo empezó a crecer. Mi hijo fue víctima en septiembre de violencia. Nadie me ayudó. Pedí ayuda en las redes sociales me atacaron a mi hijo. Siento que fuimos atacados por ser latinos. Las únicas personas que me ayudaron fue el señor Reséndiz y su mamá Nelda Escamilla. Ellos me ayudaron a agarrar los videos de las tiendas que estaban cerca de donde mi hijo fue la víctima. Se le entregó el video con la cara de la persona que maltrató a mi hijo a la policía. La policía no hizo nada. Vuelvo a lo mismo, siento que es porque somos hispanos y siento que pasó esto porque está creciendo mucho Hollister. Siento que la persona que atacó a mi hijo no fue una persona de Hollister. La gente de Hollister somos pacíficas. La gente de Hollister hubiera ayudado a mi hijo. Esa persona lo atacó con mucho coraje. Pienso que se necesita parar el crecimiento de Hollister. Necesitamos más gente como Rolando que apoya a los hispanos y que nos escuche. Es todo. Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias, Erika Orozco. Ms. Orozco indicated that she has been in the city of Hollister since 1995 and came from the area of Los Angeles. And the reason why she came here was to raise her family. 2 years ago, basically, since 2 years ago, she's indicated that the city has grown a lot. And in September, her son, unfortunately, was a victim of violence and feels that the perpetrators were actually some people from out of town because she feels that the people from Hollister in the majority are really good people. She indicated that the only people that helped her during that time were Mr. Roland Resendez and her mother, Miss Nelda, and that they helped her with the incident. She didn't specify the incident, but she did say it was violence, and that they helped Miss Erica obtain video from the store where it happened, and that was taken to the police department. And according to Ms. Orozco, there was nothing that was done because of that, and that she feels that because of this growth that's been occurring as of lately, that people have been coming in, and there's been more violence in the city of Hollister, and she feels that that's part of it because of the growth. But she is here essentially in support of Mr. Roland Resendez. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Julio Rodriguez?
I just want to start off by saying I'm not taking any sides. I actually know all of you pretty well. Roland, I've talked to you. Marty, I've spoken to you on many occasions. The mayor, I've spoken to you. And the honor Spencer, and I think, and Carol Lenore, I actually, a couple times. But my point is, I think kind of what Colin said, I know all of you, and I think you guys all mean well and have good intentions for our community. With that being said, I think moving forward is the best course of action at this point. And I understand that there's a development issue and we think growth's out of control, and I agree. But I've said this before, and I don't care if the developer was, a nuclear power plant being built in our backyard. You know, I don't want to win like this. I don't want to take on these quote unquote developers like this. I want to win with honor. I want to win with respect. You know, I think you know, if we're gonna have to go low to win, I rather lose. I rather just throw in the towel, honestly. That's me personally. So with that being said, I think when we use social media, it's being weaponized. And I'll be honest, I sometimes I don't know what to believe. I think the community, they don't know what to believe. So when at some point you get to the point where nobody's listening, nobody cares anymore. Yes, you know, of course you're going to have your followers, you're going to have your fan base or whatever. But at the end of the day, a majority of the people, you know, they don't know. I think when we're using social media as a weapon, we lose transparency. We lose credibility. And this is all of you. And like I said, you're all good people, but, you know, at some point, someone's got to be the bigger person. I don't know if it's going to be you, or you. Somebody's got to step up and say, you know what, I've had enough. Be the bigger person. And as far as Cacarocha or whatever, excuse me, I don't really speak Spanish, but as far as that being said, like, you know, if you're going to say words or say anything or say anything, like, yes, there's people, you're in a microscope. You know, you're going to be in a microscope. Anybody, you're going to be in a microscope. So don't feed into it. You know, you're going to have to walk that tight wire. You know what I mean? I get it. Like, it's hard, but you're going to have to walk that, you know, because you're in a microscope. And these people, some people, I'm not just saying this incident per se, but there's certain incidences where we've all stretched each other's words. So if it's going to be like that, we just got to walk a fine line and work together. And, yeah.
Thank you, Julio.
Roxanne Stevens.
Thank you, council, members of the council, for hearing me today. A lot of what I was going to say have actually already been said, but this is what I want to say. I think I'm going to get a little bit more personal than I had planned to. First of all, I know most of you on the city council, and I agree with the comments before that. I believe that all of you are good people, and you're doing what you're on this journey with the city because you care about Hollister. Roland happens to be a good friend, and he happens to be my granddaughter's, one of her school teachers. So I know him very well. Honor, I think you helped raise my two boys, and they adore you because they know how much you love and care for them. So I have the same feeling for both of you, and it really does pain me to see the division because I think that the entire council has a lot of passion and love for the city. And I know that when you're passionate, oftentimes that turns into anger and frustration. And so I want to just echo what other people have said in terms of changing the demeanor or the disposition of the city council and the interaction among each other. This is a really tough thing to go through, I have no doubt, going through a censure. Mr. Richmond is my representative, and as I said, I know Roland and Honor, so I hate that this is happening today. But I know that whenever you go through a really difficult time, it's also an opportunity to reflect and think about how to move forward. And I think it's a really good time to just like draw a line and kind of do a before and after. So before the state, we had a lot of crazy stuff happening, and then you can recommit to moving forward and changing the tone and your interaction with each other through respect and really to focus on moving the agenda of the city forward. It's really easy to set a standard for yourself whenever you make a comment or whenever you do something, to say, how is this comment or action moving our agenda forward? How is this going to help us achieve the goals and make this city successful? And if it isn't, then I would just say, don't say it and don't do it. And if it is, then do it. And sometimes it does have to be, it has to come from a place of passion. but it doesn't have to be disrespectful, and it doesn't have to be in anger, or it doesn't have to be personal. So that's just all I wanted to say. I care about all of you, and I hope that this is really a turning point, that is through these like trials that we move on to something that's more triumphant. And I hope that for all of you, because if that happens for you and it becomes really successful, then Hollister will be really successful. And we all love our little city. We know it's a gem, and we need to really care for it. So that's all I wanted to say. So thank you all.
Thanks, Roxanne.
Salvador Mora.
Good evening again. I'd just like to start off by saying, I've spoken out against some of the things that the mayor has said and done. Mr. Richmond as well. We've had our talks and disagreements. I'd like everybody to understand that I respected Councilmember Resendez at one time. We supported his business. We set up a paint party in my daughter's kindergarten or first grade class, which Joel came in and did a great job. So when I speak out against Mr. Resendez, isn't that I don't like him personally. I just don't like his behavior and some of the things that he says. He's not a victim, okay? But he's not also the only one to blame as well. Everyone's to blame that's involved in these things for not controlling their emotions and being respectful. That being said, this isn't about development. This isn't about growth. The mayor and Roland like to deflect what the main issue is. The mayor's done that for almost 8 years, has done a really good job of that. I've caught on. And, he takes I don't know if Trump took that page from the mayor or he done it from Trump, but that's exactly what he's trying to do is deflect. It's about our leaders' behavior and what they say on social media. You don't have to, how are you supposed to garner support from your peers when you call them the Three Stooges? How are you supposed to garner support from your peers when you say they're on the take from developers? And Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you recall, about 6 months ago, you and I had a conversation after a city council meeting, way too long, probably about almost 2 hours, and you admitted that you do not believe a single member up here on the board or past city council members have ever taken a single dollar from a developer. Now you will,
Incorrect.
you will.
Go ahead.
Well, of course you're going to say that because you're not very truthful. I should have recorded you, is what I should have done, but I was hoping that you'd be a man of honor and be able to admit that you said that. So this isn't about just only Mr. Resendez. This is about they have had mediation. Between certain council members, the city attorney was present. And so it's not like people have not tried to work together. It's unfortunate that we just can't move on, be adults. We have high school kids here that could probably teach you guys how to get along.
Priscilla Deonda.
Good evening. I'm just doing a little impromptu with some notes jotted down. So I really don't want to repeat what was said, but I'm just going to kind of echo a little bit, but just get more detailed about it, I suppose. So I stand before you in support of Councilman Resendez. We have been friends. I've known him for 16 years. We've had extensive conversations in terms of politics. He's even tried to tell me to get involved, and I was like, hell no. I don't think I could do it. I don't know how you do it, and I don't know how y'all do it, but I mean, I praise you all. But it's gotten really nasty on both sides, but I will say that me and Mr. Resendez have had a lot of conversations in terms of politics on the national level and also locally. And I can tell you that he's not against women. He's not a woman basher. He will tell you I am pretty liberal, and I do consider myself a feminist as well. And in terms of equality for all communities, minority, LGBTQ communities, of course, women, members of the community with disabilities. So I will say, though, that this is all just came down to just arguing semantics, and it's quite embarrassing, and I'm glad these high school students got excused to leave, because it's like high school, it's just high school drama. So as far as I know, in terms of semantics, Guka, I know, is a nickname, as that's already been expressed. I know somebody who goes by the nickname of Kuka, and I just grew up calling her Kuka. And yes, he's called people, cockroaches, referred to people as cockroaches. It's a metaphor. And how you interpret it, that's just how it goes. Also, in terms of daddy, that is not a sexual relationship term. The way I interpret it as, it's basically like hefed, like meaning that Mr. Richmond here was like the leader. So that's how I interpret it. So my point is that we all can argue semantics, and this is what it's really about, and it's embarrassing. And I really feel on both sides, they should both be dropped. And I really feel that everybody should just come to a consensus. Everybody get some mediation involved, maybe some therapy. And I mean, really, and there's it really, yeah, and because emotional intelligence, being aware, not reacting, and I know that Mr. Resendez does have great intentions for our community. He is for slow, smart growth. We know that we are growing, but in terms of infrastructure, that's really important to community members. So
Thank you.
Thank you for your.
Thank you very much.
Irma Gonzalez. No, I'm sorry, Irma, that's for the next one. I'm sorry, I had you in the wrong one. Elia Salinas. Sorry, Irma. It's the next one.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Elia Salinas. My name is not Refugia, or whatever that name is, Refugia, I don't know. That's not my name. So you cannot give me a nickname of calling me Kuka. Councilman Resendez, you knew exactly what you were putting out there. You got caught. People called you out on it. You had the opportunity at that time to make a statement, to respond to them, that was not the word you meant to do, but you chose not to. You continued to engage, but you did not say and correct them that was not the word that you were trying to use. I have been here at city council meetings, and you have called out, pointed to me, and called me a cockroach numerous times. Mayor Velasquez, at that time, it is your duty as the leader. You should have called him out on it and said that is not the way you speak to your constituents. You allowed it. In allowing that, you gave him carte blanche to go out on social media and continue to do this. It has happened. It is your duty. Your lack of leadership is what has gotten us here today. This is not an issue about houses. This is an issue about decorum. The lack of leadership that you fail to provide to your council members, that they must show decorum to themselves and to their constituents. This city has spent money, and you all have before you the 8 words that you're supposed to, when you're out there talking, honesty, go to the source. Both of you, Resendez and Velasquez, have a thing about saying that the developer started this. Developers didn't start this. I am not a developer. I am not a lobbyist. If there's developers out there, name them. If there's developers on the take, you, the mayor, are making a statement that developers are on the take. Where's the evidence? You continue to repeat and repeat, and because you repeat it, people are going to believe it. Cyberbullying is a misdemeanor. Every single time you've put out there is one count against Roland Resendez, and you, Mayor, continue to support him to break the law. You have placed Councilman Resendez, the city, in a position as a council member, representing yourself as a council member out on social media, to a lawsuit to the city. It is because of you. Seriously terrorizing of a person and serves no legitimate purpose. That is cyberbullying. That is a misdemeanor. And I'm not going to stop here, and I'm not going to be quiet. You need to be censured. You have not apologized. You've had the opportunity to do it. I have not gotten any. The council members haven't gotten
Thank you
any.
very much.
Neither have your constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian Puccinelli.
Hi, I'm Christian Puccinelli. I've come before you guys just to basically speak what I think on this. This is what public input is for. I don't want to take any sides on whatever happened. I don't want to say that this was because of developers or this was because of someone else. This all just started because of one post, because of what someone called someone else. I do partially agree that some people should, apologize, but I don't think any major action should be taken. I feel like it would just be easier if we forgive but not forget, because you don't want this to happen again, because this has just gotten out of hand. And quite frankly, I feel like it's just spiraling out of control. All that really needs to happen is just have apologies just to one person. You don't have to blame it on other people, on developers, on anything else like that. Just say you're sorry. Make sure that everyone knows you're sorry. Make sure you tell everyone involved that you are sorry, and then move on and try to never do this again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudy Picha.
Never criticize, condemn, or complain about others, especially those that you may not agree with. People always do better under a spirit of encouragement versus a spirit of condemnation. These are words that were spoken by a much wiser person than I am. Does anyone venture a guess as to who said those words? Anybody ever heard those words strung together? Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. They're really basic words, and it's like advice as old as the hills. And a lot of Hollisterites have already come up and brought up the fact that we've got so many challenges ahead of ourselves, the infrastructure, people dying on the roadways, being life flighted out to other places for medical care. This puts a financial strain on them, and the roadways are already taxed. We're already overgrowing. I call it a town turned city overnight, right? And my chief concern tonight is that this is a little bit of a bunny trail. Like, there's so much work that we can do together, right? If we just choose the olive branch versus the arrows of war, right? So I'd like to invite us all. I know we're all very emotional. Words carry weight, words carry power, but I'm hopeful, right, that this city council can be one of the best ones ever. We can come together as a community to, move forward. I don't support censure. I do support, polite dialogue that, can get a little heated. We all have power behind our words, like I said. But we've got work to do, and there's a lot of work, and these are very hopeful times. I think that we can do this if we do it together. So let's think about that, olive branch. And let's think about what we want to be as a community That's all I really have for you guys.
Thank you, Rudy.
I have no more speaker cards for F1.
Thank you very much. Okay, council members, if you want to make a comment, Councilmember Lenore first.
I got a few.
Go ahead, make all your comments.
Well, first of all, I'm not gonna talk development, because that's not why we're here. Different issue. It's not about LGBTQ for me either, because I don't have anything against gay folks at all. I embrace them. So we had mediation when we first started. It went nowhere. It went nowhere. The facilitator, Rex, at the last day, touched upon Facebook. He knew it was disturbing me greatly. First of all, I'm not a Facebook account user, so I don't do Facebook other than the public page in what's happening in Samuel County. That's the only one I can see. Occasionally, my husband will show me a post on another site, and it's very disheartening. They didn't heed the mediator's advice because the Facebook just kept getting stronger and stronger. You know, you talk about we should respect and we should respect, but I gotta tell you, I was insulted on social media time and time again, and I let it go for a year. So how much am I supposed to take? I'm called the Three Stooges. The daddy comment, while I don't think it was gender-based, I did not appreciate the daddy comment, nor did my husband. He wants to know what the heck's going on. My sister and my niece want to know why I'm battered and bashed in Facebook daily. Every time we have a meeting, here comes the battering. I figure this, if I don't do it, just leave me out of it. Three Stooges comment was horrible. These are all terrible comments. What if they were directed at you? Could you so easily say, turn the other cheek? I don't think so. And I don't like it. And I've asked for it to stop. When I first met Roland, I had high hopes. I said, now here's a virtual rookie that I might be able to mentor because I have 40 years in this city working for local government. So I think I know a few things or two. I also know restraint. If I said what was on my mind as freely as some of the others, it would not be good. But my mother taught me respect, and if anybody knows Rita Bowling, she did not put up with rudeness. This is very unusual I never thought it was gonna be like this, folks. I came on here to help the city hit the ground. I could hit the ground running. So I was not prepared for Ignacio Velasquez's leadership, even though I knew a little bit about it. It's not been good for me. I was also accused of being lobbied by developers. You want to make that claim? Come with the proof. That's all I ask. Bring the proof where I was lobbied by developers. I worked in planning almost my whole career. I know developers. I'm not lobbied by them. I'm not lobbied by anybody else on here either. I stick to the facts. The facts are what's in the report. Colin, if I thought bygones could be bygones, I would work that route. But it just, after a year of getting slammed, I don't see that stopping. I really don't. So I'm up against the wall now. So, it's not just semantics when you're the one being run through the mud. I'm a little upset right now. The the postings on Facebook that are so misinformed. But then the negative comments come and nobody corrects anything, except my friend Marty. He tells you and he tells you facts. He tells you facts and he tells you facts, but still you want to go to mudslinging. Read the facts. I'm telling you. He has a lot of knowledge. He lays it all out there for you, better than I do. So I think we all have a responsibility here. The Facebook users and all your mean-spirited comments. Terrible, disgusting comments. So where's your responsibility? I have to have it all? We all need to improve a little bit on that nastiness. I don't do it. I don't do Facebook. And I can't stand it. I can read 10 minutes of that and I'm done with it. It's so ridiculous. I'd rather you come here. I like that you came here. I can see your face and I can respond to you. You can't reach me on Facebook. What a bunch of mean-spirited comments. Sometimes restraint is necessary. So let's get back to this resolution. I'm gonna give you this. I don't think Roland meant it to be a gender-based slur. But again, my husband wants to know why he's calling Marty Richmond my daddy. I didn't come up here for that. I haven't done anything, and I've tried to talk, and I thought we could work together, but he just won't unhook from the mayor, and I can't help that. I can't help that. So, I hear what you're saying. Maybe it's gone a little too far. I support Marty Richmond, and I support Honor. We're the three that have been run through the mud just for wanting to serve our city. Jeez, what a sad state of affairs. I can't wait to be off. But in the meantime, I continue to conduct business. This allegation that business is not being conducted is false. We rarely continue items. We take care of it 3-2. 3-2. Sometimes a lot of this stuff is 5-0. Yes, but the other stuff is getting done 3-2. There's no lag time. We take care of it. So that's a false accusation there. Business is getting done. Marty Richmond works his fingers to the bone researching stuff to help us. Sometimes he's not respected for that, and that's a mistake. You value people for their knowledge. I'm certainly not the smartest one in this room. If people would just, you might learn something if you would listen. So it's gotten out of control, but I understand why. I wish I could fix it. I'm willing to fix it, but I need cooperation to fix that. And again, I look for better days. So I will continue to work for you and try somehow to get along, but I gotta eat a lot of crow and I'm getting tired of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Censure.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank everybody, even Roland supporters, for coming out. I am proud to see that there are people that support him. I supported him when we first met. But I'm going to tell you, this bashing and bullying on social media didn't just start 2 months ago. I have been dealing with this when Mr. Resendez was candidate Resendez. He had, before he even knew I was a woman, he was out there saying I was taking bribes and I was in the pocket of the developers. He has put out on social media that I have said I am friends with the developers. Okay, guess what? I am. I've worked at the high school for 22 years. I have put kids through the high school. These people are community members. And yes, I care about their kids, and therefore I become friends with the parents. I give everybody the chance. I've given Mr. Resendez the chance. And every time I do something up here, he puts it out on social media. He even dared put a family member's name out on social media. That is unacceptable. He took the post down. We have gone through mediation. We have done everything. But I'm going to tell you people, this is not about development. This is not about him being gay. This is about him calling people in this community names. It's bullying. It's cyberbullying. The mayor, he is actively engaged in this behavior for well over a year. I have pleaded with him in written statements, and I have them right here. They're all right here, 8 in the last year, where I've asked him up on this diocese, please, please stop the social media bullying. But it hasn't stopped. It has gotten worse. I've asked the mayor to do something. Well, we know how that turns out. So everybody has said something about almost everything I have written down has been said. But there are some things that have not been said. his bullying of members of our community and council members has escalated, and that is the reason we are here tonight, to censure Councilman Resendez. And that's the only reason we're here. I've been, like Councilwoman Lenore said, we've been enduring this for over a year. It's not recently, but it has to come to an end. I have documented proof of a contract that we both signed not to do this. A week after he signed that contract, he was out on social media calling me the Three Stooges. I am no angel. I've said things. I have actually sat up here and apologized for him. He accepted my apology. And mine. And Carol's. However, he continued to bully, harass, and threaten us. He says we're doing it. I ask everyone out there, look on social media, see if you will find anything on social media that I posted about Councilman Resendez. You won't find it, because like Carol, I don't do it. My children don't even want to be seen with me in public because of this stuff. How do you think that makes me feel? My own children, my growing children. And it's all because of the stuff that he's put out there about me. But here's some more things that you really need to understand. With him putting this stuff out there, he has opened up this city and all of you taxpayers for potential lawsuits for his cyberbullying. Like I said, I'm no angel. I have apologized. Councilman Resendez has not apologized. I'm going to tell you something else. I'm not a victim. He's not a victim, and neither is the mayor. The victims are the people of this community, the men and women and elderly that he has harassed and bullied on social media. The victims are the city staff who are embarrassed of this dysfunctional council. So here's what I have to say to Mr. Resendez. Let me see if I can find it. It's all written down. I am asking Councilmember Resendez for the 15th time to please stop your cyberbullying of our community members on social media. Stop implying inappropriate relationships between council members, and stop accusing council members of taking bribes and being in the pockets of developers. This is slander. And what you have written about me and said about me meet the requirements for a civil lawsuit. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Richmond?
As I said, I'll reserve my right to make the closing statement since I made the motion. Thank you. I'll wait.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez?
So I wrote a bit of a statement too, and I'm going to go ahead and read that to you guys. When I'm sitting up here, I like to make decisions based on logic and factual information. So I plan on doing just that here tonight. These are the facts, folks. I have filed a formal complaint through the City of Hollister about harassment from Councilmember Honor Spencer and Vice Mayor Richmond that I've been experiencing for the past year. Fact, we have a divided council. It's no secret that we often disagree on the issue of growth. The majority of this council historically voted for more development, and the minority has voted for not to develop anymore. Another fact, I am Mexican American. I speak both English and Spanish, and I have never in my life heard of the word that they're using in the derogatory manner in which it's being utilized in. This to me is another example of lies that the lobbyists and their closest allies use in order to confuse and mislead the public for their own personal political gain.
What game?
Please, no. Audience, please. Please, this is the issue we are having. This is the problem. Please give the respect. Thank you very much. Ms. Salinas, please.
Don't cross the line. Respect,
Go ahead.
listen.
I've been quiet this long, so please respect my right. I respected your right when you were out there. Please allow me to give my statement as well. Thank you. I think that what's happening over here is very retaliatory in nature. I feel like I'm being attacked now, and I have been attacked continuously because of my views on growth. I cannot wrap my head around the logic that you would utilize to justify censuring me based on your interpretation of something that I said in my native language. Carol, you just said that you don't think that term was used in a gender biased way, yet that's what we're voting on here tonight. That's very hypocritical. We're not voting about all these other things. What we're voting on is what is on the agenda here tonight, and you just admitted that you do not believe in what is written on there.
How do you know how I'm gonna vote?
I will, and I have admitted to referring to both male and female lobbyists as cockroaches. But I will not allow for you to put dirty words in my mouth for your personal political gain. In fact, I find it rather insulting and highly insensitive that you would do that. I'm sorry that you don't agree with how I speak, think, or behave. But we need to move past this. We need to bring some decorum back to the city council. The more you entertain these exaggerated accusations and attacks, the more of a bad president that you set, and you encourage others to do the same. So here we are a year later from us taking office. The harassment and personal attacks have only gotten worse. That is true. I will attest to that. But don't believe everything that you're hearing from these individuals here. Yes, this happened a year, probably right after I got into office. I didn't bring it public for a long time because I did request two. First, it was one mediation, which we attended. The second one. After the first one, I got cussed out and threatened by two of these individuals that I filed a report on. That's when I decided to file a report. Councilmember Spencer said that a week later I posted on social media, but she failed to mention that the very next meeting that we had that mediation between her and I, she was yelling and cussing and screaming in the closed session again. You can apologize again and again until you're blue in the face, but you need to change your behavior. You need to accept responsibility for your actions, and I think we all do. Roxanne, you brought up such a great point that this is an opportunity for all of us to take a step back to evaluate the situation. We all have guilt, we all have wrongdoings, but we need to learn from that and we need to grow from that. My absolute favorite part about sitting up here is not only that I get to represent two groups of minorities that are often underrepresented, but I absolutely enjoy being with the public and hearing your needs so that I can better represent you. I feel like I've heard you guys loud and clear on growth, and I've been up here every single council meeting trying to advocate for you. Unfortunately, I'm on the minority of a 3-2 board where the majority wants to have more development. What do? I turn to the public. I turn to the media. I want to keep you guys informed of what's going on here. And I've been pretty creative, probably not in the best ways, I will admit that, in drawing attention to the issues that we have here. This is a small snippet of what goes on here every day. You guys need to pay close attention. And I honestly do believe that 2020 is going to be the year that is going to change everything. So stay active, stay engaged, stay organized, and never, ever, ever stay silent. We all have an obligation to stand up against bullying, harassment, discrimination of any kind, and in particular, homophobic slurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it crazy? Oh, it's crazy. I gotta tell you. Never thought I'd see what I've been seeing. Censorship, it's not about anything else other than politics. When you censure someone, it's about politics. That's all it's about. You had a few people here saying, My lack of leadership has led to these issues. Of course, they forgot to tell you that when I try to enforce some of the rules here, the rules are suspended by a vote of 3-2. When that doesn't work, they override my vote and go ahead and do what they want. If you want decorum here, we can't be suspending rules every time we're not happy with the outcome. That is why we have the issues we have here at the City Council. There's no rules to follow anymore. It's out the window. Now, I personally have told Mr. Resendez not to jump in the mud. Told him it's better to stand on the side with a water hose and we just wash him down. But I tell you what, that's tough. That is tough when people are constantly attacking you. Constantly attacking you. Now, some can say, oh, I've never attacked him, I never did anything, but their friends sure did. And to stand back and act as your innocent bystander while somebody else does the work for you, no, that's not right either. And you know, in a small town, guess what? You know who's involved. I've been here for a while. I can tell you every player that is playing this game. I can tell you all the fake Facebook accounts out there, and I can pretty much tell you who's running them. I've seen it. You know, people like to play the game of, it just happened when Roland became elected, and then he was so mean to us. Well, let me tell you a story early on. A picture came out, a mailer came out with Roland early in the campaign, and it was this person, dark, sweaty, a tank top, a man you would fear if you ever walked onto the street and ran across him. To make sure everybody got the message, behind it was a police car. Oh yeah, no, this is a criminal, absolutely. You would go nowhere near. Guess where that picture came from? The real picture is a picture of a father carrying his baby in a backpack on his back. That's the real picture. That was photoshopped into a dark, evil person. This all started way, way before Mr. Resendez was elected into office. And it's never let up. I've seen constant attacks from people that are making accusations now. And then everybody claims it's just okay. That's different. Matter of fact, I heard one person out there say, it's okay if we attack the elected officials, but how dare you respond? I don't know. Now, some of you may be here thinking this is about Councilmember Resendez using a bad word, but you'd be wrong. And I will soon tell you about a word that is much, much, much worse. What this is really about is dirty politics here in San Bernardino County, and it is mainly funded by lobbyists for the developers. You can deny that, as some do, but I'm telling you, I've been around long enough, I know exactly where this money comes from to do what they do.
Name it.
This is, again, an example of what we have to go through.
Name it.
Now, I will be naming it.
Now.
I will be naming it. And if you please would have respect, as I had for you when you spoke, we can get through this. I think maybe now you can see what we're talking about here. At our last meeting, we had a gathering.
He's accusing me of being on the take.
No, you know what?
Just a second.
No.
He's accusing me of being on the take, and I don't appreciate it.
Let me
myself
tell
in
you
that
something
statement.
very clear, Councilmember Lenore, and I've said this in public. I do not think any one of you has ever taken money from developers. That's what that gentleman was talking about. The question was, has any council member in the past, and I can tell you, oh, absolutely yes. So I'm not saying you ever took money. I never will say
about
that.
us.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying. At our last meeting, we had a trustee from Gatlin College accuse Roland of being mean-spirited and doing all these evil things. Yet that same person pays to have caricatures made of him, making fun of him. Funny how that works, right? Let's make fun of somebody else, but when they fight back, let's cry foul. That's not right. We all know that. We had another person, planning commissioner, came in here and said his feelings were hurt because Mr. Resendez said, "Okay, boomer."
Hashtag boomer.
Okay, boomer. He forgot to say that less than a year ago, he was on social media viciously attacking Councilmember Resendez and myself. I guess with time you forget. We had the person here claiming that Cuca, short for cucaracha, was about her private parts. No. And said it out loud to a room full of students in a very disgusting manner. Proud. And she wanted to make sure it was clear and loud. That's just wrong. Just wrong. Now let's talk about what cuca means. Mr. Richmond, do you speak Spanish?
No, I do not speak Spanish.
Ms. Spencer, you speak Spanish?
No, but
No?
I have kids that do.
Oh, you have oh, really? Good.
Yeah.
Councilman Lenore, do you speak Spanish?
I do not.
You do not. Well, turns out my father was born and raised in Mexico City. So I heard a lot of Spanish growing up. My mother, born in the Rio Grande Valley. Her mother fled Mexico because her father was killed in the revolution in Mexico. They fled to America to have a better life. So growing up, I heard lots of things. You know, a gentleman here said earlier, we don't know what it's like to experience some of the things that happened in the 60s. Well, maybe you don't. But let me tell you, when I grew up, I heard it all the time. You know what I heard growing up? You stupid wetback, beaner, on and on and on. Racism was alive and well when I grew up. And guess what I did every time I heard it? I fought against it. I fought against it. And I'll never allow anybody to be attacked in those ways. You might think it didn't happen to others, but let me tell you, it was there. I grew up and I got to see it. I got to learn what it was to not be able to speak Spanish or you'd be kicked out of school. But let me tell you what cuca or cucaracha means where I grew up. Because it's something totally different. Matter of fact, let me show you guys something that's interesting. Cuca, a very unique female name. Oh my God. So it wasn't about her private parts. There's people called Cuca all over the place. Imagine that. Well, no, it's just Mr. Resendez using it in a dirty way. What about the Cuca Mexican restaurant where fine Mexican food is served? What about that? You see how words are twisted by people that want them twisted? They reach out, they go as far as they can to try to justify something. Now, I grew up hearing the word cucaracha and cuca all the time. All the time. I happened to grow up in a neighborhood, apartments with an alley, that was a place you shouldn't go at night. And if you walk down that alley at night, you'd see a lot of cucarachas. A lot. Because trash was all through the alley. Now, guess what we would say, or our parents would say to us growing up? And here's the funny part. It has several meanings to the word kuka. Our parents would warn us because there was more than real cucarachas in the alley. There was also the people that you don't want to run across in an alley at night. And they were referred to sometimes as the kukas. And so the way they would scare us as kids is, don't go in the alley at night because the kukas will get you. The kukas will get you, literally. Either the cucarachas roaming the alleys or the people that roam the alleys at night. Now, how else was the word used? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Because my aunt was called Cuca. And anybody that's from Mexico knows a lot of people that are called Cuca. It's not a negative term. Actually, it's a term of endearment. We heard earlier, the name actually Cuca refers to a name. But it also is a term of endearment to people in a positive way as, wow, hey, Cuca, like a funny, crazy person. Not loca, Cuca. It's a different way of using it. Yeah, I heard this as a kid growing up, learning Spanish, but not being able to speak Spanish because I'd be in trouble or I'd be called a wetback. So I got a real problem with people that try to change the things around. Now let's talk about what this is really about. As I said earlier, censure is a political move. That's what it is. And that political move was the hope to get a censure on Mr. Resendez so the next day they can come back here, file paperwork for recall against Mr. Resendez. That's what the move was. And it's wrong. Just wrong. People in his district voted him in. For those that lost the election, how dare you go back and try to kick him out of office on a word you are creating? That's wrong. Censure should not be used. We all have the freedom of speech.
That's not censure.
Okay?
We're not censoring.
Now, censure.
Censure is not censoring.
Censure.
Right, it's not censoring. We're not saying he can't say
Oh, you're
everything he
trying to
wants.
censor too. Again, please.
No,
Give
you're
me
saying words again. We're not censoring. We're censoring.
Councilmember Lenore.
Quit
Please.
misleading the public.
You can see again, folks, what I'm dealing with here.
Because he's misleading you.
Now, I'm going to tell you that word. The word that I think we can all agree on and why I'm so frustrated with what's happening here. On December 5th, Mr. Resendez happened to be in a local restaurant bar. And in there, he happened to run across Councilmember Spencer, our city treasurer, and the one that likes to refer to herself as Cuca. I don't refer myself to that. You have other people refer you that way. That night, and another lobbyist. City treasurer, another lobbyist, and you guys. That night, Mr. Resendez once again started getting attacked and started wondering what was going on. Let me tell you the text that was sent to him that night. Ha, 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 ha. The next text, faggot. Now.
Can I see the number?
No. Now, I don't like using words in here that we shouldn't be using around our families. But when somebody calls Mr. Resendez, the first openly gay elected official, a faggot, I got a problem. I got a real problem with it. Now, Mr. Resendez has been putting up with bullying in here. He's been told to shut the F up or he was going to get his behind kicked. I witnessed that in shock. in shock. I heard a council member side of me say, effing morons. I saw another council member, heard another council member tell Mr. Resendez, F you and the horse you rode in on. And then turn around to me after I said, you can't do that. This is a city council room. This is City Hall. You cannot bully people. Turn around and look me straight in the eye and say, F you too. But you know what was interesting about that? And we're seeing this. He said, Daddy. Well, guess what was being told to Roland that evening? Over and over again. Hey, puppet, don't you talk? Hey, puppet, don't you talk? And when Mr. Resendez responded, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, the Vice Mayor responded with a, oh, the puppet can talk now. Did your puppet master give you permission to talk? Who's that puppet master? In his view, me. Does that mean, if we're going to use what they're doing here, does that mean Mr. Resendez, as a gay man, is not really a man, so he needs a puppet master? Is that what that meant? If we're going to go out to extremes, let's talk about extremes. What is happening here is wrong, and we all agree on that. We should not be talking about any censoring. Matter of fact, when these things first happened to Councilmember Resendez, his response was, no, I don't want anybody to know about it. I don't want to make a complaint. It's crazy. To which I responded, yeah, it's crazy. I've never seen anything like this. And I would highly, highly recommend that you write a letter to our city attorney and to our city manager, city clerk, and myself to document this, because nobody in the world is going to believe this even happened. That's how crazy this all is. Now, I don't think a censure is appropriate. I really don't. I think anybody can say whatever they want to say. That's what I believe in. But I don't think people can bully each other, and I definitely don't think they can be called a faggot. That's just wrong. Now, there's an ongoing investigation on this, and I'm going to ask this council to approve subpoenas to find out who else this person was communicating with on that evening, who else at the city council he's been working with, because this is a lobbyist that works for the developers, which I've been warning everybody about for several years with their tactics. Oh no, we know who this is. And you all deserve to know what's really going on. You all deserve to know what text messages are going from here to there during a council meeting, because that is public record. Yeah. And we need to make sure it is right, and we need to make sure it's all turned over. And we need to put an end to this nonsense, and we need to follow the rules and not suspend every time we don't get our way. Thank you very much, Mr. Richmond.
Let me start out by saying this, and I do not want to start out this way. Well, I'll start out a different way. First of all, I appreciate everybody's comments. I really, really do. I think some of you had terrific ideas and great comments, even though some of you said something I don't agree with. I really, really do. You just have to take my word for it. This conversation supposedly that happened between myself and Mr. Resendez about being a puppet is a complete fabrication. It never took place. Many of you know me personally. You guys know me personally. You know me personally. Victoria, you still here?
Marty, that's just not true.
Excuse me.
Resendez, let him speak.
It's not true.
Let him speak, sir.
There you go.
Let him speak, ma'am.
After complaining that people are interrupted, all of a sudden I'm interrupted.
Continue, please.
Victoria, are you still here somewhere? Victoria knows me personally. Many of you I've had serious disagreements with. You've never heard an insulting word from me, any of you, on anything. So that is a complete fabrication from A to Z. I did tell Mr. Resendez to F you and the horse you rode in on. I'll tell you exactly what happened. So apparently there are two Mr. Resendezes. There's the one you know, and you could vote for him, and no one was going to recall him because he'd never be recalled because you love him. But there's the other Mr. Resendez, the one you don't know, the one who started a year ago harassing people. I'll give you an example, a perfect example. And by the way, you won't find anything on Facebook because both Mr. Resendez and the mayor went and took all their posts down and erased them. Okay? They're not there. All right? Mr. Resendez said that you could buy the vote. On Facebook, he said you can buy the vote of Miss Lenore and you can buy the vote of Miss Spencer for dinner and a couple of glasses of wine. Now, you're not stupid. I could tell by what you said tonight. You know what he really means, what you can buy for dinner and a couple of glasses of wine. We all know what he's talking about. And it isn't the vote. When he calls people the Three Stooges, does that sound like a wonderful thing to you? So I'll tell you why I told him to F off. Because I was sitting right here, and I was packing my bag. And Mr. Resendez came up and started using some of his famous words to harass me. He said I was despicable. I'm 78 years old. I spent 22 years defending this nation. I've served with honor. I've worked with honor. I was on the local newspaper editorial board. I've been called a lot of things. Stupid, sometimes. Overweight all the time. But no one's ever called me despicable. He said I didn't deserve to be on the city council. Who the hell does he think he is? He called me everything he could think of in 5 minutes, and I finally, the only way I could get rid of him was to say F off and the horse you rode in on. And you know what he said to me? He said, I'll F off and the horse you rode in and I'll show you. And he ran out and filed a complaint with the police department. The police department didn't say it was a threat. I never said or else. I never said this is going to happen to you if you don't quit. It had the proper effect. He left. And that's all I wanted to do. When he came on this council and he started here, I had no feelings about him one way or the other. Till he handed me a note early one day during the meeting, and I looked and read it, and it said, Carol Lenore's pretty stupid. A couple of days later, he handed me a second note and said, Honor Spencer only votes for the fire department because the fire department supported her. And I said, don't hand me any more notes. After I told him
Where
to
are
F
the
off,
notes?
excuse me.
Resendez, let him continue.
After I told him to F off, you think he quit? It got worse. He started harassing me during meetings, just like we're sitting here now. And what he did is he turned off his microphone and he'd whisper nasty things. The only problem was he got heard a couple of times, at least once by the city clerk. And the rumblings of what he was making was heard by the city attorney. And I'm going to get sworn statements to prove it. I'm telling you now, I'm going to get sworn statements to prove it. Okay? And he kept it up. And I did the right thing. I didn't punch him out. I didn't call him a name. I went to the mayor. And I went to the mayor during the meetings and I said, point of order. I'm being interrupted by Mr. Resendez, just like he's interrupting me now. Point of order. And you know the mayor never once, ever asked Mr. Resendez to quit. and I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Because Mr. Resendez has been doing the mayor's bidding. The last city council, I wasn't on it, so you can't blame me. Spencer wasn't on it, you can't blame her. Lenore wasn't on it, you can't blame her. But he sat up here and he said the staff is selling stuff to the developers. He sat up here, he said the city council people are selling stuff to the developers. He sat up here, he said the city council people are all greedy, okay? And you know what? He called them every name you could think of that he can get away with in public. And then he says, but don't say anything bad about me, because I can tell these great stories about how the fact that I was a Mexican American. Well, I could tell great stories too. I happen to be white. I happen to be Jewish. You want to hear stories? They didn't like us, so they killed 6 million of us. How's that for a story? Okay? We all have stories. And as far as being gay goes, I can tell you this. There's plenty of bigots out there that hate everybody, not just gay people. They hate other people too, because they're stupid. But what does that have to do with me? Because I don't hate gay people, okay? I don't care what your sexual preference is. We have a person here who was insulted, and she don't care what people's sexual preference is. This is all big smokescreen. Oh, it's about the developers. What developer? I never even take a cup of coffee from a developer. You don't hear anybody telling me I take a dime. I wouldn't let them buy me a donut, okay? Because I don't want to be caught with them. The only reason I talk to them is because it's part of my job. Two of my friends that are 30 years of developers, they hate the fact that I want to do inclusionary housing. They got up here in public, not in private, and said we hate it, and I support it. The fact that I happen to know two developers does not make me a bad person. But that's all you ever hear from the mayor. Gee, I wonder who the hell the mayor has been here since 2012. You tell me. All these things that have been approved, you tell me who voted for him from 2012 to 2016 until he woke up one day and said, oh, maybe this is a bad mistake. But that's it. That's his whipping boy for everything. Total problem. Mr. Resendez, I don't want to be here. I'd rather be doing city council business. I'd say I put more hours in doing city council business on my own than almost anybody. I do research, I talk to people. I go out and I work on this job. And I'm not running again, so I'm not doing it for votes. There are limits to everything. I don't care when you say we ought to get together. You're right, if it would work. But there are limits to everything. At some point in time, you got to say to people, look, that's a line you can't cross. You can't go across that cross. We have a story here, and because I don't speak Spanish, I guess I'm supposed to be stupid. So here's exactly what Mr. Resendez said, because I have a copy. I brought it with me. Hashtag Elia Salinas is a cuca. Do you think those were words of endearment, like the mayor said? I mean, talk about something to ridicule. Do you think he was saying something nice about her? Okay? You say he's a cockroach. Well, he went so far last meeting to say what I was saying was she's a cockroach. Did Mr. Resendez stop there? No, he did not. His next words were, because she is an infestation. How would you feel if somebody called your daughter or mother an infestation? That's not exactly a term of endearment. As far as the daddy term is concerned, he knew what he was doing. He considers himself hip. Do you think that word was said because he couldn't find a better one? Do you think he said because he thought I was their father figure? Come on. You guys know better than that. You know the truth deep down inside. You want Mr. Resendez to represent you because you like his politics? Vote for him. What do I care? He'll be here long after I'm gone because my term ends this December, okay? And I'm not running again. But I'm going to tell you this. Nobody is going to harass me out of this job. And no one's going to call me those kind of names. And no one's going to infer that I've got any kind of sexual relationship with the two ladies on this city council. Because I, too, am a married man, 55 years, the same wife. And I, too, have children. And they are also insulted. And they also know I don't give a damn about the developers. I do what I think is best. So we can have all the disagreements in the world over everything. And I've had disagreements with people in this room. And they've never been insulted by me, ever. This is the mayor's doing. He is the problem. He says it's the developers. I'm telling you it's him. And I don't care who you vote for. I don't care if you vote for somebody who is so anti-development that they won't even build a chicken coop in Hollister. That's fine with me. But you ought to all vote for somebody with some honor. Somebody who's willing to argue the case and not be insulted when they lose the vote. And that's what Mr. Resendez's problem is. When does he call me despicable? When he loses the vote. He said I bullied him because I know the rules. Well, what the hell are the rules for? Come on. I've heard you guys speak. You're smarter than that. You know what's going on. You want me to say, lay down and say, sure, run over me again. How about for the 20th time? You're going to run over me again, and I'm going to throw down for the city of Hollister? The best thing I can do for the city of Hollister is to get him to quit doing this, is to quit being a serial harasser. I also filed an official complaint, just so you know, because anybody can do it. And you know what they told me? And you can check with this, again with the city attorney. It wasn't that he wasn't harassing me. It was he wasn't sexually harassing me. Therefore, the city wasn't going to do anything. Okay. So I guess plain old harassment's okay. It's just sexual harassment that's a problem. Okay. I believe that was kind of not word for word, but approximately what I got said. Okay. So I'm telling you what's going on, and I hate doing this, but when people look you in the face and lie, that's when you got to stand up. The mayor's claims that I ever called Mr. Resendez as a puppet is a lie, okay? Because when I do something wrong, I admit it. And when I told Mr. Resendez to F off, I admitted it publicly, and I apologized publicly sitting in this chair. The mayor just makes things up, okay? That's what he does. He lies. And you know what? All the 4 people that were on this city council, the last time, long after they were gone. And each of them I interviewed told me the same thing.
This is about Councilmember Resendez, not me, sir.
First of all, don't interrupt me. I have the floor.
Keep it on it.
Second of all, if it's about Councilmember Resendez, then it's not about lobbyists, right? I'm sorry. Am I correct?
Continue.
That's what you get from the mayor. You get a snide remark, and then when you say to him, why is the same rules for me don't apply to you? He says he wants to do the rules. He just spent an hour talking about lobbyists. He just spent about an hour talking about how people thought he was a wetback. He spent an hour talking about everything but Councilmember Resendez, and when I say something, he says it's about Councilmember Resendez. So all of a sudden, the rules went like that. It's the mayor, it's the mayor, it's the mayor. It's the lack of leadership by the mayor. He no longer has to attack anybody personally. He's got somebody to do it for him. Now, whether they're in cahoots, I don't know. But if the mayor wants sworn testimony, I'm the guy to give it to him. Okay? And you'll find out shortly how we're going to do that. Because I'm not afraid of the truth. So that's my final statement. And I'm going to ask for a vote, and I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
What's your motion, sir?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
The motion's been made.
I believe there's a
There's
motion
been
on the floor.
There's been a second already.
I'd like to make a motion that we respect the public that came out here tonight
Mr.
and their
Resendez.
wishes
Mr.
by
Resendez.
withdrawn.
Mr. Resendez.
I make a motion that we withdraw.
Mr. Resendez, you cannot make a motion because Councilmember Resendez already made a motion, and it was seconded by
Richmond.
Councilmember Richmond made
was
the motion.
seconded by
It was seconded by
Councilmember Spencer.
Councilmember Spencer. Okay, so you cannot make a motion.
Got it.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, roll call, it's gonna be a roll call
Roll
vote.
call vote.
Councilmember Resendez,
Absolutely not.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
Yay.
Mayor Velasquez,
No.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore.
Aye.
The motion passes
Motion carries
3 to 2.
Okay, at this time, why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start the next round of censuring. All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting. If everyone can take their seats, please. If everyone can take their seats, please, we're going to resume the meeting now. Okay, we're at 10 o'clock. We need a consensus to keep moving on with the meeting. Is there a consensus from the council? Is there a consensus from the council?
I agree.
There's consensus to continue. We're going to move to item F2.
Item F2 is resolution number 2020-4, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister censuring council members Marty Richmond and Honor Spencer for the use of profanity, harassment, bullying, and threatening of other council members.
Okay, do we have any comments from council before we start?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment. Because I want to get sworn testimony on this, for the previous item, F1, we had written documents, no matter what you think of them. We had them as evidence. This time, all we have is allegations, and therefore, I want to get sworn testimony. I move to table this to a date certain, and that would be February 18th, and also ask that the city clerk be instructed to contact all members of the city council for a list of people they want for sworn testimony in accordance with our procedure. I make that motion.
Yes, we're definitely making comments.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Vice Mayor
I
Richmond?
make the motion that we table item F2 until a date certain, which would be February 18th, because I believe that gives you enough time to actually do a public hearing with proper notification in the newspaper, and also the notification that I intend to take sworn testimony, and each member of the council should be asked for the names of the people before you have to file, when you have to file your newspaper. When do you have to
I would need to,
what
for
date
the
do you have to
February
file?
18th.
For the 18th?
I think there's 10 days for that one, so I would need to have it by Friday.
Friday. So by Friday, that you contact the members of the city council as required by our procedures, and ask them who they want for sworn testimony. Since we have no evidence, all we have is allegations, a sworn testimony would be appropriate. And the mayor said he wanted sworn testimony, so I assume he will agree. That's my motion.
So I want to make sure we're clear on something. This is not a courthouse. This is a city council. The idea of trying to bring in people to have sworn testimony here is, I would say, put it politely, outrageous. If you think we're going to have citizens come in and act as if we are a court, because then all we really are is a kangaroo court. And that's not what a city council does. But if somebody would like to second his motion, that would be on you. Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, I'm not going to entertain whatever Marty Richmond is asking to do. I probably won't participate in that from this point on either. I just in regards to this item, I think we need to be pretty clear. The cameras are gone. I'm speaking to the public that's watching and to you guys. The night that Marty described is absolutely fabricated and highly inaccurate. Excuse my language. I do have a hard time not reacting.
Councilmember Resendez, if you can hold for a second, because what we have here is a person requesting a motion based on what he said, and then you'll be able to speak on that after, or if somebody makes a second
All right.
to his motion requesting that we become a court here at the city of
That's not my
Hollister.
motion. You
And I would
misstate my motion.
ask city attorney, is this really the direction a city council should be doing? Holding sworn testimony at the city council chambers seems
Well,
kind of odd.
The challenge I have there is, of course, with the word should. Our city council's able to do it, yes. Is it a common occurrence? Certainly not. I'd say it's very rare. Whether or not they should, I'm sorry, that's a policy decision that I have to defer to the council on.
Well,
Under
there's-
certain circumstances, they can do that.
There's a motion. Is there a second to go with his motion?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion second. So now we'll open for public comment, and then we can each make our own comments. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Julio Rodriguez?
I believe you left.
Roxanne Stevens?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, concerning the fact that when something's going to a public hearing, you cannot take any testimony from because you're not gaveling in the people who are testifying. That is in the rules of the city council.
You cannot change something that's already agendized, and the public has the
It's not
right to,
true.
the public has the right to speak on any
It's not
item
true, sir.
agendized.
Would you please check with the city attorney? I sent him the reference that says if something is moved to a public hearing, an official public hearing, a real public hearing, where you have to notify people ahead of time, that you do not take any public testimony until they've been gavelled in and it's official. There's a reason for that, and that is because all the testimony, if that motion carries, has to be done under that. And motions to table are not debatable. That is also in our procedures.
I am going to absolutely overrule your view on this.
You can't overview it.
Oh, no, I can't.
It's in the procedure. You can't overview.
I'm the mayor and I
overrule
get
it.
to decide what is going to happen
No,
here.
you can't.
There are people that showed up here to speak on this item,
That-
and I'm going to.
it doesn't matter.
I'm
I
going to
just-
allow them to speak. I'm not going to
Mr.
silence
Mayor,
people.
you can't overrule the rules.
No,
okay?
if you're looking to suspend the rules again,
I'm not suspending
Then
the
you
rules.
can change it around.
The rules are clear. Do you have a copy of what I sent you in the rules, sir?
Not with me, Councilman Richmond. If this is the direction the council wishes to go, I would ask for a recess so that I could review those and
Sure.
come back to you.
I sent you a copy of the rules, and the rules say,
so you're not sure at this point.
That's correct. I would
At
need
this
to go back
point,
and look
since
at it.
you're not sure, I see an item that's agendized, and we're going to continue as agendized. The first speaker,
Roxanne Stevens?
Okay, so thanks for entertaining me again. I had not intended to speak twice. I kind of lumped the two items together when I made my previous comment. I do not want to make a statement about whether I support censure or not, because I think it's kind of a technical procedural thing, and you have to decide whether, you know, whatever information you have meets the standards and the definition of censure for, you know, for city council. I don't know what those are, so I will just put that in your hands. I do want to just kind of just repeat again what I said earlier, that my hope would be that there would be a point where the council could just move on, that, you know, it's just time to try to be able to move on. And I would love to see some of the hurt feelings heal, and the council to be able to interact better. So I'm just going to let my first comment stand for this comment, and just leave that up to you. And hopefully you'll do the right thing.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Priscilla Deonda? Irma Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Irma Chapa Gonzalez. I'm here as a private citizen. By the way, I've been a graphic artist for over 35 years. I get paid. I don't pay people to do the artwork. I am the artist. Again, misinformation. Distract, deceive, and play the victim card. That's what this resolution is about. Distraction by outrage is one of your favorite tactics, Mr. Mayor, again, with the developers. Like you admitted, this is a political move. This is about failed leadership and lack of civility. This is a crisis, Mr. Mayor, of your own making. I've had the honor of knowing Councilman Richmond for years. I know he is a man of high intelligence, high integrity, morals, and ethics. He does not deserve this. This item is retaliatory in nature. We can all see that. I'd like to suggest that the council review your policies and procedures and update them so when a retaliatory item such as this hits you guys, you have a policy to go with. An item like this should be something that all council members must approve by the majority. And another note, Councilwoman Lenore, your 40 years of experience are a treasure, valuable. We do not want to see you go. We need your voice of reason. The same with Councilmember Richmond. We need you. Councilwoman Spencer, I don't know you that well. I know you don't deserve this. This is retaliatory. We all know that. I think it's time that we stand up to bullies. Vote no on this censure. Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards.
I wasn't planning on speaking. Elia Salinas. So there's a motion and I think you guys should vote on it, and I think it's a good idea that if you can come back with some statements. Roland Resendez's actions is tangible evidence. It's not a he said, she said. And you're coming up here with this motion on a he said, or he said, and she said, and you need to believe me because I'm the only one that tells the truth. And honestly, I'm a little disappointed in our city attorney that he wasn't prepared because information was sent to him. And I realize that, you know, knowing municipal law off the top of your head is very difficult, and maybe you should have some bullet points once in a while, so he wasn't prepared for this. But unfortunately, because he was not prepared for this, he can't give an answer. What the answer is, it goes back to council, and council has a motion, and council needs to vote on it, and you come back on February the 18th, if I remember that date correctly, and you go through this. Because what has been happening here has been witnessed by staff, and it's really important to this issue that this is retaliatory. That's all it is. A motion was brought against Councilman Resendez, and then this was brought up. Well, if you're going to do that to me, then I'm going to do it to you. We're going to do it to them. This is ridiculous. This is unnecessary. This is completely retaliatory, and it's unsubstantiated. You're wasting time by doing this. Put a motion's on the table. Bring it back on February the 18th, and everybody be prepared. And that also gives Attorney Epperson time to prepare for the your legal answers or questions that you may have towards him. Thank you.
Is that the last speaker?
Again, I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lenore, do you have anything to say?
Well, regarding this item,
Yes.
I'm not going to be able to support it, and I'll tell you why. Well, first of all, do we have a motion on the?
We have, but you're allowed to make your comments before we vote.
Okay, so I'm not gonna censor Honor Spencer for a one-time open mic. No,
Okay.
I'm not doing that. And then Marty Richmond, you know, sometimes you're brought to that point. It's unfortunate, but again, one-time thing, no, I can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer, any comments?
I will wait until February 18th.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez, you have any comments?
Yes. In regards to this, I just want to make it clear what really happened that night. I'm a little taken aback by Marty Richmond's story. What really happened, and people who know me know when I'm telling the
Mayor,
truth.
the item is not supposed to be.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Resendez has the floor. He can
He
speak.
can't say whatever he
can
wants.
speak.
The
Please
item has been
Please do
tabled.
not interrupt.
Once the item is tabled, it
is not
cannot be
voted
discussed.
until
I'm
everybody's
not going to
done
leave here
talking about
until I have my
Councilmember
opportunity.
Resendez-
Object. Point of
Councilmember
order.
Resendez, please continue.
What happened? Let's back up. I stepped into this role being a little naive. I'll give you that. I didn't expect for politics to be so corrupt and collusive and nasty, to be quite honest with you. I am absolutely shook up by the lies that were told by the vice mayor. What really happened that night was, at the end of the meeting, he told me, Mr. Resendez, can I tell you something? And me being as honest and as big-hearted as I am, this is the honest truth, I said, yeah, what's up? And he's like, will you take my advice seriously? And I said, absolutely, Marty, I want to talk to you. What's up? And he goes, F you and the horse you rode in on. You're nothing but the mayor's puppet. And I said, excuse me? Like, I was so shook. And then the mayor interrupted, and he told him the same thing he told me. At that point, I stood up, and I said, you have a very good night, Mr. Vice Mayor. And he's yelling at me the whole way that I was walking out. Everything that he told you up here tonight is an absolute lie. Now his friends are once again manipulating the situation so that the public is not told the truth. I've sat up here for 1 year, and I have tried everything within my power to resolve this in a civil, confident manner.
Councilmember Lenore, please. Councilmember Lenore, again.
We attended not 1, but 2 mediations, and immediately after those mediations, I'm getting cursed at and threatened, and I've never once, ever spoke to these people in that manner. There are 5 people up here. I'm on the minority of that board. Oftentimes, I have turned to social media, and I have turned to the public in order to attract attention to the corruptness, the lies, and the influence by consultants and lobbyists in the decision-making and the policy-making of these people. You will soon find out all the facts of just how deep that corruption goes. So I have no other choice than to get legal counsel and to not engage in this mudslinging anymore, and to put my faith in the law enforcement officers in the district attorney's office to get to the bottom of this political scandal and the lies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can see the problems here, folks. Here we have a group that wants to censure somebody for calling people cucarachas or cucas. But the minute it's time to talk about the foul language that was used here at City Hall, all of a sudden let's play a different game. Let's change the rules again. Let's call for this, let's call for that. You can play any game you want. That's what we've been doing here. We've been seeing this go back and forth, change the rules, suspend the rules, and then blame the mayor for it all. Now, I've watched this harassment go on way too long. Way too long. I really wish I could do something about it, folks. I really do. I wish I could use this gavel and put it into it. But no, that's not the way the rules are set up here. Now, let's be absolutely clear about what happened and why this came up. You want to censure a person for calling somebody or a group cockroaches or cucas. Then when it comes down to your turn to discuss language, foul language, here at City Hall, then it's a different story. Let's change the rules. Let's not do that. That's you know, it's insulting to the public. You heard a crowd of people here say, enough already. Enough. No more. There should be no censuring of anybody. Let's just move forward. Oh, no. No, no. Let's censure Councilmember Resendez, and then let's change the rules so we don't get censured. Well, guess what? They're not going to be. We know that. Hypocrites. Now, I'm going to tell you, I put this on there because I just couldn't believe what they were doing. So let me be clear about the language that was spoken here. Because as I said before, I was shocked. Had I not seen it myself, I would probably have a hard time believing it. But I came in that room back there as Councilmember Spencer was screaming at Councilmember Resendez. I turned the corner because I heard loud voices, and I heard her say clearly, I'm going to kick your effing ass. To which I responded, I said, whoa, this is wrong. You can't be making threats like that. You can't be doing that. You need to go to the other room right now. You need to get away. This is wrong. This is crazy. And you know what? I shook it off. Couldn't believe what I had just seen and thought it was just one of those incidents that just happens once in a lifetime. But it didn't end there that night. That night, as we finished the meeting, I was sitting here signing paperwork. And again, I heard something I couldn't believe. Now, Mr. Richmond can change the story all he wants. But I heard it. I was right here signing papers when I heard the conversation going on between Councilmember Resendez and Mr. Richmond. And it wasn't him, Mr. Resendez, bullying Richmond. Oh, no. I heard it quite clearly when he said, you can't talk, puppet. You can't say anything. When Mr. Resendez responded, he said, your puppet master lets you talk now? Now this went on for a little while. And then again, Mr. Resendez responded with, as I recall, a thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, to which I heard very clearly and shocking to me, F you and the horse you rode in on. To which I stood up and I said, that is inappropriate behavior here at City Hall. That is bullying and it won't be tolerated. To which Mr. Richmond, he might not remember this, turned around, looked me dead in the eyes and said, F you too. It was at that point I recommended to Mr. Resendez, I highly recommended, because he just wanted to just let it disappear, that this had to be documented. This is a dangerous situation. Actually, I thought that was pretty much the end of it. Then I hear on open mic again, Councilmember Spencer saying, I can't believe I work with these effing morons.
No, I think I said a bunch of effing morons.
Oh, okay. Correct me then.
I
A
did.
bunch of effing morons.
Make it right.
You couldn't make these things up, people. And now we're here talking about the censuring of these people for doing this. And what do they want to do? Change the date, change the rules, change the game. This is reality, Hollister. I'm sorry. As I said, I wish I could do something about it. But unfortunately, the way the rules are here, they can be changed, as you're seeing right now, to benefit them. So a motion has been made.
Sorry, I haven't made my statement yet.
Well, I'm getting back to Councilmember Richmond. He had the last say in this matter.
Thank you.
As he made the motion. You had your chance.
Thank you.
Councilmember Richmond, go ahead.
Once again, first of all, I want to point something out. Now, I think you have better memories than a piece of stone. About an hour ago, the mayor said, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to subpoena people and have them testify under oath.
No. Didn't say that.
Excuse me, I believe I have the floor, sir.
Yeah, but don't put words in my mouth.
I
please.
believe I have the floor, sir.
Don't put words in my mouth.
You put words in my mouth all the time, so
Go
I
ahead.
believe I have the floor. Do
Go
not
ahead.
interrupt me.
Go ahead.
No, don't just say go ahead, don't interrupt me.
Do not put words in my mouth. as you
Don't
always do.
interrupt me.
Follow procedure, sir.
The procedure is I have the floor.
Continue.
And you do not.
Continue.
Notice he doesn't like to be interrupted, but he interrupts everybody else. So I hope you remember, how long ago was that? 1 hour ago, he said, we're gonna call people in here. We're gonna subpoena them. We're gonna have them testify under oath. So I come up and I say, fine, let's have people testify under oath. To do that requires that you officially notify them in advance. Those are the rules. You don't just call them in and say, we're gonna have you testify under oath. You have to put it in the newspaper, okay? When I go to that, he says, I'm changing the rules. I'm following the rules. I'm not changing rules. The rules are, motions to table are not debatable. That's the rules. Rosenberg rules, 2003, those are the ones we follow. But the mayor doesn't like that one, so he does something else. And he brings people up so he can make false statements, okay? We know who's telling the truth. Come on, guys. You know the mayor. You may like his politics, you can vote for him anyway. A lot of us vote for dishonest politicians, we all know that. Hey, look who's in the White House. Anybody want to argue? Okay? So people vote for dishonest politicians all the time. They just want the outcome. So we understand. You know, I can go talk about how the mayor accused people of selling things, and when I challenge him and say, give me the name of the guy who's taking the payment, I never get it. And time and again, people have asked him, he said, they're selling out. Okay, who's doing it? Show me where they got the money. Show me where they had a meeting. Show me where they did this. Show me where they did that. He did it to the staff for years. And he never coughs it up, okay? Once again, I don't doubt that there are people out there who are homophobic and have other problems. What does that have to do with me? I'm not homophobic. I don't have other problems. I have a problem with Mr. Resendez, it's true. I did tell him to F off because he was harassing me. I filed a formal harassment complaint. What would you like me to do? Punch him in the nose? Come on, guys. I'm following the rules. I'm following the rules. The rules don't protect me because it's just normal harassment. It's not sexual harassment. I mean, let's get serious here. The reason I want to move this to February 18th is because I want to notify people that they're going to testify under oath. I want to get people on the record because if they testify under oath and they lie, then we got them for perjury, okay? So if the mayor has this story, he just told one story. Did you hear the story he told about how he was sitting here? And he heard what I said, and he told all the exact wording. And Mr. Resendez before that told exactly what I said. I came up to Marty. Marty said to me, I want to say something serious to you. Did you all hear that? Don't throw that tape away. Because he told one story, and he told another. He said I said all this stuff. He said I said something totally different. Okay? He said, oh, here's what he said to Mr. Resendez. Mr. Resendez says, oh, no, here's what he said to me. So let's get it under oath, and let's find out who's telling a lie. And by the way, one of the names I'm going to put under the oath testifying is myself. Because you just never can tell when they got that audio running, and you never can tell when they got that video running, and you never know what it's going to show after people testify under oath. So I made the motion. A motion to table is not supposed to be debatable. People are not supposed to be allowed to testify. It says so in our rules. Unfortunately, the city attorney had not read that part, but that's what it says. Because they're not testifying under oath. So my motion stands, move it to 18th of February. That is a date certain. I am not burying it. I want it out here in the open. Invite the cameras back. Invite the cameras back. And let's get people under oath, including myself, and we'll get testimony, and we'll see who's telling the truth. My motion stands.
Okay, you had a motion, you had a second, so we're gonna roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
No.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
No.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. We're gonna move to item F3.
Mayor, council members, F3 is Resolution 2020-5. It's a stipulation, Article D6 in the fire contract outline a 10-year contract between the City of Hollister and the City of San Juan Bautista to provide a fire station at the west end of the county. What can I answer for you?
Is this the San Juan Bautista?
Yeah, it's just the San
Okay.
Juan Bautista Fire Station 4.
Chief, trying to go back to our original conversations, you weren't here at the time, with San Juan Bautista, and part of what they were gonna provide at the time was the facilities in their city to have a station that could have personnel there all the time. As a matter of fact, they went so far as to build a new room, a new area for it. Back then, the conversation was, they just want to make sure people are there. And they realized, we all realized that San Juan Bautista at the time was the one community that really didn't have a lot of money. At that time, the idea was to be a reserve station, volunteer station, with one paid firefighter, 40 hours a week, training the others. I don't remember conversations about this fee of 30,000, I believe you have right here, right? Or 3,000 a month.
Yeah.
As the cost, 36,000. Because of the amount of value they're getting out of the deal in the first place. Because I believe their contract now is, if you can remind me what their contract is, that they pay for a full-time station with, I believe, 2 or 3 firefighters there at all times. It was a completely different deal than what it was originally. And now to see that we also have to pay $36,000 a year in addition to the money we're basically giving the city of San Juan Bautista, I just don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's right. And it's not the direction we should be going.
Understood. Yeah, this contract was signed
Yeah, I don't remember.
March 18th, 2019 of
Yeah.
last year.
I appreciate. Do you have any other comments from council?
Yeah, I have a question. So who would, if we wanted to renegotiate this, who would do that?
I believe that would be among the city managers.
In the current contract with San Juan Bautista, they're paying the city for 2019, well, now it started out 228,000, and then for 2020, they're gonna be paying us 234,840.
I'm sorry, could you say the first number again?
Was 228,000, and then for 2020, it's 234,840.
That's with the 2% escalator annually.
Later every year.
Right.
And what is, has the lease gone up, or is it the same number?
No, the lease will go up about $2,000 a year. I'm sorry, $200 a year. So for, as the staff report indicates, years 1 through 3, it'll be $3,000 a month. Years 4 through 5, it'll be $3,400 a month.
I haven't seen the facility, but I too am concerned about the total price, because our costs are going up faster than that. And I'm concerned because, well, we're gonna get a few more bucks, but the problem is they're gonna get more money for the lease. So that takes it away from us.
Copy. So the impact this has for fire service delivery within the county is the fact that you have a strategically located fire station for rapid deployment in that area, where that would normally cost at least $4 million for critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure isn't just a building that you can pop up with 4 walls. It's got to be able to sustain at least a 4.5 seismic activity for like 10 seconds in length. This is considered critical infrastructure. The deal that we're getting from this is an already existing building that they themselves, the city of San Juan Bautista themselves, improved for 24/7 deployment for the fire service. $3,000 or $3,400 a month isn't a bad buy for us to be able to deploy somebody in that far end of the west. And what that does too is it allows Aromas Tri-County and Gilroy to set up, or South Santa Clara County to set up auto aid and mutual aid agreements with us.
Well, I'm not proposing we walk away from it. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't give you that impression. I'm just concerned that you know, about the cost, that's all. Do we have, who's paying the utilities? Are they paying the utilities? Is that included in the lease?
That's, you know what, let me take a quick look. I believe we are paying for the utilities on that, if I'm not mistaken. I'll get back to you with an answer on that.
I'd appreciate it. If they are paying the utilities, well, that might be a good deal. But if we're paying the utilities, looking at what utilities cost these days, wow.
Right. I'll get you an answer on that.
I appreciate it, Chief.
I believe they are.
Yeah, I think we ought to take a good hard look at it. And again, you know, I'm not compromising our bargaining agreement. We're gonna provide services. We need those services for our people who are on the roadway, so they get saved when they get in an accident. But it sounds to me like we get a 2% raise out of our contract, but they're raising the rent, okay? on a building that actually is probably being written off as it goes, you know. So I'd like to see that. I'd like to know about the utilities. That's important.
I'll get you an answer on that.
Appreciate it. That's my only comment.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards, Mr. Mayor?
Chief, as I pointed out, my issue is this is spun out of control. For the value they're getting, to add insult to this, it just doesn't feel right. They're getting quite the deal in San Juan Bautista, and I'm just disappointed. Again, I don't remember what exactly agreement was early on, but other than the 140-hour-a-week member of our team with their volunteers, and that number has gone out of control. And again, I'm not blaming you. You were come in a little later, but that's why I can't support this. So, am I hearing that you need more time to get to more information? Is that what I'm hearing from you? And then
Well, I
table
know,
this to a
it's,
date.
no, it's already in the contract. We're just honoring the stipulation in the contract. I fear that if we wait any longer, this is gonna be a breach of contract. We already are in the rears about 9 months of lease, agreement with them.
Okay. All right. Well, is there a motion?
Question, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. When you say we're in arrears of 9 months in lease, we're 9 months behind in payments?
Right, right. And I've held off on paying them because I need a lease agreement to pay too.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I have a comment.
yes.
It seems to me that it's necessary. They need somewhere to stay. Aren't they supposed to be staying there?
Yes.
This benefits the public, something that we should be supporting. I'm sorry, but I think that's a decent deal, and I want the residents of San Juan and Aromas to have those firemen close to them, as close as they can be. So I do support this.
Are you gonna make a motion?
So I move that we adopt resolution number -2020-5, approving a commercial lease agreement by and between the City of San Juan Bautista and the City of Hollister Fire Department through December 31st, 2028.
Okay, there's motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Aye.
No.
No.
Motion does not pass. 3-2. Okay, we're gonna move to item F4.
You're gonna get kicked out. So what do we
Hi,
know?
good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Sydney. I'm the Human Resources Technician 1 in the city's Human Resources Division. So this item before you is a request for approval to renew the annual agreement with the law firm of Liebert Cassidy Whitmore to provide legal services pursuant to employment relation matters to the city of Hollister. So Liebert Cassidy Whitmore is commonly referred to as LCW, which you may be more familiar with. Currently provides the city with several services such as consulting, representational and legal services pertaining to employment relation matters, including representation in negotiations and in administrative and court proceedings as requested by the city or otherwise required by law. So this annual agreement for special services will allow the city of Hollister to continue to receive these services from LCW. And staff recommends that the City Council of the City of Hollister authorize the city's Administrative Services Director to execute the renewal of the annual agreement for special services with the law firm of Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item? Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2020-6, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing execution of the renewal of an agreement for special services with Liebert, Cassidy, and Whitmore.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
We'll go to item F5.
Thanks, Sydney.
Yeah, this would be me. Just like for my contract to perform interim services as city manager, we also needed the same thing with the Chief Westrake retiring. We've put Captain Reynoso, acting city chief of police, threw myself off. He's been acting, and we need to put him in an interim capacity and we feel that he's going to do it for his current salary plus 5%. So we're asking that you adopt that.
Okay, is there any questions?
I do.
Councilor Lenore?
Is there anything in the law that says we can't just outright appoint him police chief? Is there any kind of employment laws that say?
Yeah, well, council.
It's our discretion.
Yeah,
City
well, no,
manager
council.
makes a decision.
Yeah, council hires the city manager, and the city manager hires staff.
So we make recommendation to you.
No.
No.
City manager makes
Yeah.
the decision.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, is there any questions?
Answer that.
I don't
we
mean
have-
to be disrespectful.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2020-7, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving an agreement for interim chief of police services for the City of Hollister.
Okay, there's motions. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Motion carries. My computer's finally falling apart on me here, too. It finally is conking out. All right, we're gonna move to item F6.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, you have before you a resolution at one of the plans for retention and recruiting is to increase our current hiring bonus for police officers from $13,000 to $25,000 for entry level, $30,000 for lateral officers. The reason for this, as you're made aware of, is several cities in our community and throughout the state have been increasing their bonuses to the same amount. And we're struggling to find recruiting officers. And this is just a modification of our existing plan to increase that amount, but also spread it out over a course of 5 years so that the new recruits aren't getting those funds right away. The entry-level one is almost 5 years before they can get the full amount. So in anticipation of any officers being hired and then leaving within a few years, they won't get the full amount. Do you have any questions?
Chief, I do. I like what we're doing. You know, we talked briefly about the idea of trying to find some of our retired police officers in our community to come work with us. Can we do something, maybe incentivize them signing up and working the reserves here also? Is that something we could add on to this? Because I think that would help. You know, we have so many retired officers here that are very young that still want to participate in law enforcement and care about our community. And it might be a great recruiting tool to bring a lot of those on board.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is the current item before you is for entry level and lateral officers. But we could, if it's the will of the City Council, come back with a separate resolution.
Or we can add to it tonight. Can we add to that tonight and make a motion adding a dollar amount for retired reserve officers? If we can do that?
Yes, I don't see why you couldn't.
Yeah,
I'm not in consensus with that.
You're not in consensus with that? Okay.
Because that's a different issue, and I want more report on that.
Well,
Than
that's,
hooking it to this. It's
that's
not
an,
part of this
that's an
request.
addition. So what I'd like to do is make a motion that we accept this, but we add an additional $10,000 for reserve officers, retired officers in our community to join the Hollister Police Department as reserves with a $10,000 incentive spread over the 5 years. Okay, that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Well, do we do discussion?
Do we have it? We had speakers or no?
But this isn't
We can have
public
discussion.
notice for
I
that
have no
item.
speakers.
No? Okay, yes. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Councilman.
while I would favor the idea, certainly, but where are we pulling this number from out of our hats? That's a rhetorical question. Okay, we're saying $10,000. Well, 10,000, is that the right number? Or is it 13,000 or 15,000 or is it 5,000? I have no idea. So I like the idea. I don't understand why you can't wait till the February 2nd. Is that our next meeting?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why I can't wait till February 2nd, and in the interim,
It's the 3rd.
ask the interim police chief, is that your new title now? Interim police chief? Chief of police? Why ask the interim chief of police to take a look around at what people are doing and seeing what they're offering for a bonus, so that we are either not super high or not super low, we get the right number, and the only difference will be a week and a half to 2 weeks, and I don't see where that would stifle anybody, okay, since we're talking about a 5-year program. So that's my idea. I like the idea. I think it's a good idea. I will support it when I have some idea whether or not the number, it's not that I mistrust $10,000. It's just that I have nothing to base it on. It's just a number. I'd like to know what the right number is. We were so careful on this number. We said, oh, yeah, you know, we're looking at other places, and this is what this person's giving, and this is what's that, and then we go, well, yeah, and we'll just make it 10 grand for a reserve guy. or gal, whichever it is, excuse me. So I would like that. So I would propose a friendly amendment that we bring it back February 2nd with a
Third.
number.
Again, I don't have an issue. What I want to do is
Okay.
make sure the chief has the tools he needs
Yeah,
to
agreed.
recruit the reserves. We have so many retired officers in our community that would love to be part of this police department. And the sooner we can get them on board, you know, I'm hoping it's a fair number, and I'm hoping that they'd be excited to join us. And the sooner we get moving on it, the better off we are. And since we had it on here now, we're always amending or making adjustments to our items here, so I wanted to see it go. But if the majority of the council would rather wait for a future date, well, that's
Date
fine
certain.
too. Date certain of what date?
February
I've
2nd.
nev-
February 2nd?
February
never-
3rd.
Oh, 3rd, whatever day we're having the meeting. What day is that? 3rd? Thank you.
So-
February
Mr.
3rd,
Mayor,
excuse me.
I've researched plenty of agencies that give bonuses for laterals and entry levels. I don't know if any of that does any kind of bonus for reserve officers. Reserve officers are part-time officers that are paid an hourly rate. They only have to work 30 hours in a month.
Right.
They have to pass all the same requirements as an entry-level officer.
Right.
Same FTO program, and that's why there's just not a lot of reserves officers anymore. So as far as doing research, I think that I've never heard of any agency, city, providing bonus money for
Got it?
reserves. But the bonus, the resolution that's presented for you does have, there has been some research. There's plenty of cities that are paying $25,000 to $30,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we think this is a valuable tool for our recruitment attempts. We need to have somehow have something that gives the people that are in the position looking for a job to consider us and to apply with us, because once we get them in the door, you know, we have a chance. We do have a very good police department, and once they come here for a ride along and they've gone through the application process, we have really good luck. The goal is to get them in the door first.
Right, and I think what I'm hearing you say is, let's move forward on this item and then bring a new item for the reserves in
If that's the
future.
will of the council, that
Is
would.
that what you're asking?
Sure.
Really? And
Yeah.
again, I think we all pretty much agree on this, and we know what your needs are. It's tough out there. We get it. So, Councilmember Spencer, do you have a question?
Actually, what I would like to see on February 3rd is the total amount with the background and the FTO, everything that a reserve officer would have to go through, besides an hourly rate, so we would know what we're spending on that one reservist, and if we get more, how much we're actually spending on the reservist. I would like to, if we can work something out with that.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I will change my motion just to approve this item.
Second.
The motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we were on 6,
Now, we're now on 7.
7. We're gonna move to item F7. Thank you, Paul. Where did he disappear to? I was going for reading blind there. He's a ninja.
That's why we like Paul. He comes in, gets it done, and leaves.
F7.
Good
Chief, are
evening,
you-
Mayor, City Council members. My name's Diana Hillstock. I'm the HR analyst. This item is a request to approve a retention bonus program for the Hollister Police Department. Over the past few years, the Hollister Police Department has experienced a high turnover rate for their sworn police officers. It is speculated that the employees were attracted to other agencies because of the higher salaries. The purpose of the retention program is to serve as an incentive to keep sworn police officers employed with the City of Hollister. On an annual basis, the program will provide an incentive payment of 5% of the base salary to sworn unit members of the Hollister Peace Officer Association, and is intended to resolve the employee retention problem. Both parties have met and tentatively agreed to establish the program. Staff recommends City Council adopt the side letter agreement amending the MOU between the City of Hollister and HPOA and approve the retention bonus program. If there are any questions regarding this item?
Any questions from council?
No.
No?
I have a question.
Councilmember
Just for
Richmond?
clarification, is this bonus paid in advance, and then, if they don't do the whole year,
Correct.
Okay, just want for the public that they understand.
That is correct.
So the bonus is paid in advance, and if the person involved does not take the whole year, we take a pro rata part of the bonus back when
That
they
is
leave,
correct.
okay? I support it.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards? F7? Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2020-9, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a side letter agreement amending the memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the Hollister Peace Officers Association.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Carries? We can go to item
That was seconded by Carol, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. that was
F8.
7.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, what you have before you is a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with qualified police personnel for advancement of tuition reimbursement in excess of the yearly amount that is currently allowed through MOU. This is another recruitment tactic that we're proposing. Currently, through the MOU process, the city can reimburse an employee up to $3,500 a year in tuition reimbursements in light of the importance of continual education and making the employee a better employee in service to our community. What this proposal is requesting is that if there is an officer, for example, pursuing a bachelor's degree and the amounts are in excess of the yearly amount, that there could be advancement of the tuition from future years under contract with the city manager. If that amount of money is paid ahead, that employee essentially is under contract with the city. If they leave employment before that yearly amount is reimbursed or gone through the allotted time, that employee would need to pay that money back. Essentially would allow our recruiters, when we go to academies and during our recruiting process, to be able to tell potential candidates that our city cares so much about education and our employees that we would basically pay for their education. No other city is proposing that, and all we're doing is giving them the same amount of money that the city has already agreed to, but just in different chunks. And if that employee, like I mentioned before, if that employee leaves before that time has allotted, they would have to reimburse the city that money that was advanced to them.
And a lot of great ideas you're bringing forward here, and the need new tools to recruit more. The question I have for you, what if somebody is going through a program and then just stops the program midway? Do they have to reimburse us for the money we've spent?
Part of the current program, they have to, first of all, request the money, advises that there is an expenditure and it has to be approved. Part of that process is making sure that the employee is in good standing, they're completing their reports, they're a candidate that can take on more work, for instance, for school work, and they have to get prior approval for that. And part of that program is also providing the grades that they're receiving, that they're passing. Those requirements would not be eliminated.
Okay,
They would still need to be providing those reports to the city, and if they do not pass, they no longer can participate in the program.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions?
Nope.
Do we have any speaker cards in this item?
I'll make the motion that we approve resolution number 2010-10, a resolution of City Council, the City of Hollister, authorizing tuition reimbursement advancement program for qualified police personnel.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? No. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to item F9.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Renee Perales, Administrative Services. Tonight I bring before you Resolution 2020-11. This resolution will adopt the supplemental mitigated negative declaration for the San Benito River Park Trail and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The City of Hollister received a Community Development Block Grant Award of $1.5 million for the construction of the San Benito River Park Trail. The 0.9-mile San Benito River Park Trail will be extended between a new staging area at the southern corner of Bridge Road and Bridgevale Road and another staging area at Apricot Park. The pedestrian and bicycle trail will pass under the existing San Juan Hollister Bridge and connect to the existing unpaved levee maintenance road for the industrial wastewater treatment plant, where it will connect to the western end of Apricot Lane and the Apricot Lane Park. The 0.32-acre Bridge Road staging area will be improved with paving, 5 parking stalls, and a bike rack. The trail area will include benches, native landscaping, and dispensers for dog baggies. Back in 2009, the City Council approved Resolution 2009-40 approving the mitigated neg deck for the San Benito River Greenway Trail and the mitigation monitoring reporting program. The project was to be funded with a grant, but unfortunately the funding was lost due to the inability to negotiate the purchase of a property for a southern trailhead at Apricot Lane. Subsequently, Apricot Park has since been constructed. Minor changes were made to the project with relocated access, revisions to comply with ADA requirements, alteration of fencing materials, and elimination of irrigation that necessitated updated plans and specs. A biological resource assessment was prepared in support of an environmental assessment pursuant to the National Environmental Policy Act to comply with the grant agreement for the CDBG grant award. The BRA determined that the potentially significant construction-related impacts to the state species of concern could be avoided and reduced to an insignificant level with incorporation of mitigated measures into the project. Staff is requesting that the City Council adopt Resolution 2020-11 approving the supplemental mitigated negative declaration as well as approve the mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
Okay. Any questions? Did she say she had speaker cards on this one?
I thought she did.
That's what I thought I heard too.
She did. She said the next one.
Yeah. Yes. Who? What name is there?
Robin.
Is it Robin? Okay, Robin. I knew you couldn't pass this one up, Robin.
Good evening. I'm really excited that the city finally is getting this first piece of the river trail in. Reach is really excited. I'm a board member on Reach, and we want to thank the city and Mary Paxson particularly for getting this grant going. It's unfortunate I haven't seen any pictures or maps of what's actually happening. I don't think any of it's gone through your Parks Commission, which is, they didn't seem to even know about it, which kind of seems, I don't know. But I'm really thankful that it's happening, and was it going to have lights? Yes. It is going to have those, because walking through the Allendale, they have these wonderful solar lights, so you don't have to put all the wires in, they just pop up and there's lights. I hope also that perhaps you can, we could partner with the Arts Council and get some, maybe some art in there, along there, to get people to really draw in the area. It will definitely clean up that whole side of town. Every city that's improved their river has seen reuse camping and all the other problems that the river the river attracts. So thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Just so you know, you could see some of that information you asked about. If you go to the agenda, the full report, you can see it online.
Oh, it's online?
Yeah, you can see all the information we're seeing. Okay. Any other speakers? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2020-11.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We will go to item F10.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Renee Perales. This resolution will authorize staff to call for sealed bids for the San Benito River Park Trail project. The plans are now substantially complete for bidding purposes. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution 2020-12, authorizing staff to call for sealed bids for the project.
Okay, any questions? Any speaker cards?
Robin Pollard?
Well, I wasn't sure, so I put him down for both. So, if the bid goes out, how long will it take? Like, when will we see action?
For the
Like, if you pass it and it goes to bid, how long will it take?
Usually we do like 4 to 6 weeks for bidding.
Okay, and then, so it could be this spring? Like,
Oh, yes.
great, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Robin.
you.
Good night. And one more thing, if you have future park things, could you put it earlier on the agenda? I really would appreciate it.
Sorry about that. We apologize.
Let us think about that one. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution 2020-11.
12.
12.
12, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, we're gonna go to F11.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and Council. Tina Garza, City Recreation Supervisor. This item before you is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister accepting the EHAT grant. EHAT is Empower Hispanic America with Technology, awarded to the City of Hollister Recreation Department in sponsorship with LULAC, San Benito County Office of Education, and Joves de Antonio Senior Center, and staff recommends that the City Council accept this EHAT grant. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Do we have any speakers? We do.
Pauline Valdivia?
I didn't expect to be here this long, but anyway, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council persons. I just wanted to thank, hopefully that you will go ahead and accept this grant. I wanted to thank LULAC of San Benito County LULAC for being invited to provide the equipment of the computers. There's 10 computers for a tech lab. That's why I called it. And the seniors are going to be able to utilize that. It's going to be on a schedule. It's going to be open to the community at different times through the recreation department. But at Jóvenes, we're going to be opening the lab in the morning, and the people are really excited. They're really excited. I've got seniors already waiting in anticipation to do this, because a lot of them, they know how to use it, but not too much, and then there's something they want to learn. So they're going to be able to access that. And it's going to empower them more to get into the website and get into more resources that will help them. And so that's going to be really good. So I just wanted to just say that hopefully you will go ahead and accept, because it's a really good positive thing for the community through LULAC, REC, and Jóvenes. And I want to thank again the San Benito County LULAC for doing this, and Mickey for calling us to invite us, because they were invited first. But anyway, we're going to be having I don't know if you want me to open house? We're having an open house on February the 1st. Hopefully you all go. It's going to be on a Saturday, and I think the hours is from 11 to 3 or 12 to 3. And come on over at the Hollister Community Center so you can see and get the grand tour. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Jose Martinez Saltana?
Good evening, Mr. Council, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jose Martinez Saldaña. 29 years ago, I had my first encounter with students from San Benito High School. I was a recruiter for San Jose State University at the time. I grew up in San Jose, the east side, and so this was kind of like foreign territory. Not too long after that, I began to work for CSU Monterey Bay and continued to work with the high school here in Hollister. And one of the things that I have seen over those 29 years is that, you know, a lot has changed. But one of the things that unfortunately continues to be a challenge is the attainment levels that, you know, are not consistent for all groups. And so this is one particular effort that at the national level, LULAC recognized and so wanted to try to address. We all know that access to information is powerful, and technology in today's school system is critical to be able to go ahead and access. And so many students, especially those that are low income, they may have access to technology, they may have access to the internet, but it's probably not the high speed that we need. And so this is, again, one particular effort that we wanted to go ahead and try to put forward. So I was really excited when I was asked to help put the proposal together that resulted in this particular grant. But again, the only reason I think it will work is because it is a collaboration, a true collaboration between four entities: the City of Hollister, first and foremost, LULAC, the County Office of Education, and Jóvenes de Ateño. So again, I'm super excited and looking forward to the utility that particular facility will make available to the residents of Hollister. Aside from the different groups having access to the equipment, the other thing that we built into the proposal is intergenerational programming. We have a lot of young folks who perhaps are living in situations where they don't have both parents, and if the parent or both parents are at work in the afternoons, then again we have latchkey kids. That this is an opportunity for us to engage our seniors in providing some level of mentorship, and at the same time the youth can provide an opportunity for the seniors to go ahead and learn about how to use the technology, how to stay in contact with family members who may not be nearby. So again, just urging you to consider adoption of the resolution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mickey Solario Luna.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I just felt a little excited about the time that AT&T has asked National LULAC to actually invite 22 different chapters of LULAC throughout the nation. Only the ones that have been working with youth and with school districts. And so we were asked to apply. And so when our council and our board decided, yes, we should apply, we went ahead and applied with the hopes that we would get this grant. The grant is really 10 desktop computers, all the software, Microsoft, everything included that AT&T supplies. Okay, so what happened, only 14 responded throughout the nation, and AT&T decided they were gonna select 4 sites. The 4 sites included Vancouver, Portland, together, Puerto Rico, Dallas, Texas, and Hollister. And so when we got the notice that we, our grant was actually granted, well, even before that, I sat down and had a good talk with Tina. And Tina knows that myself as an employee of the City of Hollister for 30 years, we always look to have a center. And with John Keyswetter and Clay Lee, every time we always thought of having a computer center, whether it was a department with the city or just open to the community. Well, this was the time to do it. And when I contacted Tina and Pauline Valdivia, and you realize I still sit on the board for senior citizens, Santa Cruz and San Benito County, they all supported us. And I think it was great, and I know that Diego Ochoa was here. He supported us. Sean supported us from the high school. So we had just total support, which was great. And I think that's what AT&T saw. And even in the notice that says that AT&T was looking at us in Hollister, is because there was a real need. We are 14.9 under the poverty level, and I think that's something they looked at. So with that, I just want to thank all the support that we got, and we continue to work with corporations because I sat on several advisory corporate boards, and I continue to work with them. And I may no longer be on the city council, but you know what? My heart is with the community and service to the community, and it doesn't matter where we get it, but we want it free under a grant, and that's what we achieved. So a lot of thanks to your department head here. Tina, I don't think we would have done it without Tina. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mickey.
Okay, any other speakers?
Elias Salinas?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to come up here and let you all know that all this would not actually be possible without Mickey Luna and the contacts that she has. And for Hollister's or San Benito County LULAC Chapter 2890 to receive this grant, I really want to emphasize to you, City Council, how special their activities are, and they're well known throughout the state that they do a lot of work, and they do a lot of work with the youth, and that kudos go to Mickey Luna and to Vince Luna, who dedicate a lot of their time to the youth. I know that Tina Garza worked with them as well. Then when they came with it, the idea, and you couldn't say no to this. I mean, it was it was definitely a great honor to be said to you guys qualify and then to be the top 4. It's really an honor to have gotten this grant and to cooperate with not just with Mr. Ochoa, but also with Crystal Lamano is also involved in all this, and there's Judith, who wasn't here tonight. I mean, there's a lot of people that got together to help write this grant, and it's very well deserved, and a big thank you to Mickey Luna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards on this, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions of council? Councilmember Lenore?
A comment. I know that sometimes Mickey doesn't give herself enough kudos. She's just that way. But I have long been impressed with LULAC Youth. I gotta tell you, they do some great things, wonderful things for the community. And you know why? Because they have the very best leadership in Mr. and Mrs. Luna. So this doesn't surprise me. I'm very pleased with it. And thank you for everybody, all your hard work. But I know that Mickey works tirelessly for the youth and the seniors. She's on the seniors council. So I was happy with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Richmond?
Thank you. I'd like to echo the remarks of Councilmember Lenore, but I also would like to add Jovenes de Antonio as kind of a absolute model of public service and how much they add to things, and you too, Tina, who always seems to be at the head of good work and getting good coordination and doing something while we're up here killing each other all the time. You're out there doing things for the community, and you deserve the credit you get. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2020-13, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister accepting the EHAT Empower Hispanic America with Technology grant awarded to the City of Hollister Recreation Department in partnership with LULAC, League of United Latin American Citizens, and San Benito County Office of Education. And
Jovenes.
Joves de Jóvenes de Antonio Senior Center. Did I do that right?
Got it.
Jóvenes de Antaño.
Antonio,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is, second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries, we'll move to item F.
Thank you for
12.
your support.
Wonderful project.
Item
That's you.
F12 is a request from City Council to authorize the purchase of a computer program, which would be a new agenda management system. The amount for this system will be $21,250 out of the general fund budget for this year, and then annually thereafter it would be $18,250, which will be an additional cost of $1,114 to the annually budgeted amount. The reason we'd like to make the change, there are a few reasons we'd like to make the change. One of them is for security reasons. We have found that this current system, there are some security issues with it. We've also we've experienced problems with a few things with it, and we were wanting to train other board members, planning in particular, to be able to use this agenda management system and have it be not just for the city clerk's office, but for planning and any other board that might want to use it. And with our experience with it, it's not feasible for us to even try and go that route with the current system. The other reason we'd like to change is it offers a public records request system, and for that additional amount of money, that's not much for a PRA system. We may end up having to go with a separate public records request system, and those start at about $8,000 to $10,000 for the startup. I think annually it drops down a little, but I don't think much less than $7,000 a year. So I think for what we're getting with this system, it can't be beat. Also, this is a cloud-based system, which means information would be stored on their system. We wouldn't have to provide storage for that. That also means that for council, you could access it, and even our city attorney could access it. We won't have to individually install it on your computers. You can just go to their link and get it. So there's several other things that we also have featured with this. It has board management. So that would be for commissions. So it would help us to track airport, parks and rec, and planning commissioners when their seats are up, when it's time to start advertising for that kind of, to post that vacancy. There's also a contract tracking portion of it. I haven't really delved into that. That wasn't something I was really looking for, but may prove to be useful as well. And if you have any questions?
No, I think you did. I think you covered any question that might be. Okay, Councilmember Richmond.
Thank you very much. If you'd have seen me about how many hours ago it was, I can't even remember, pulling my hair out, trying to download the agenda for today, as the clock kept ticking, and trying and trying and trying. Now, I don't know if it's the software, or if it's the connection, or if it's a combination of both. But I don't know how a member of public can possibly deal with it, because you gotta sit there forever. It took me 5 tries and 3 different methods, and I finally got it. And it's frustrating, so I'm glad you're doing it. The one thing maybe I can just bring up, as long as we're on the computer stuff, is, and I'm sure you know it, Paul, is that System 7, which is on the computers today, here, is no longer got any support whatsoever from Microsoft, 0, which means that it is shark bait for security problems. And so, and you saw what happened today with all the failures and stuff, so I'm gonna support it, but there's a lot more to do. That's all I'm gonna say.
I believe that amount, no, it doesn't include that,
No,
does it?
Probably not.
That amount includes, something.
Okay, Councilman Lenore, did you have a comment?
Just a little helpful advice from Marty, but we do need to make it user-friendly for the public. But in the meantime, Marty, I told you before too, we're Dropbox.
I tried it, believe me.
Well, I'm gonna need to come and help you because it works super speedy at home. I go to Dropbox and there's the whole agenda packet. But you're right, it needs to be for the public at large so that they don't have Dropbox.
The problem with the packet is it's huge.
Yeah.
It's a PDF, and it can be thousands of pages at times, so it does take a while to download. I mean, even just.
But the Dropbox handles it fast.
Well, that's because it's already there.
Okay.
And you're downloading.
Show them how.
Well,
the issue that we were having today with the PDFs, the newer version of Adobe doesn't work with the older versions of Adobe on here, so we're finding that out right now.
And I hate to break the news to you, but our video went down tonight too, so we're going to have to get that from CMAP and rebookmark it. So
that's
it's
another
just
piece
these
of the
issues that we keep
the
having.
video is another piece of this system that's unreliable at times. But what Christine's alluding to is the cost includes getting an encoder to replace our current encoder, so that the video and the streaming will have more control over it, and also allows for YouTube and Facebook Live streaming also, and we can work with CMAP to have that set up and broadcast at every meeting and stuff. And it also allows it can expand just not only the city council meetings, but it can expand into the other commissions. So like the planning commission can start using it and run their meetings similar to how the city council meetings are run. Also allows portals for each of the council members to be able to log into a portal. You're not downloading the stuff, you're actually in a portal pulling up the agenda packet,
Already
all that
there.
stuff already there. And being able to make your notes and comments all there. You come in, you log in at the council meeting, and all your notes and everything that you took the time to prepare for is already there. Exactly. So, Christine and I took quite a bit of time in looking at different options, different other software, and this is probably one of the better ones that are out there. So.
Okay.
Question.
Councilmember Richmond.
Thank you. What about the vulnerability system 7 if we're using it with any of this?
That's all going to be.
We're going to get rid of it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That just went away. The support's still there. It's just it's not being.
Thank you.
Okay.
Also with this new system, there is voting capability where you guys can vote on your
Yes, that's another
device. And also there's where the mayor will have a queue. So if you push the button that you want to speak, it'll line it up in the order in which you requested
thanks.
to speak.
Oh,
So.
Good.
So we have to have fast fingers now on the button.
No, I
Yeah. Marty, we're taking your button away.
Anything else? Do we have any other speaker
mute button.
cards on this?
I have no speaker cards,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution 2020-14.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll go to F13.
We're all running away. Carol.
Should we wait or?
You can do your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This next item is requesting the approval for the subdivision improvement agreement for Roberts Ranch subdivision, track number 351, and authorizing the execution of the agreement for the improvements with Hollister Enterprise LLC and KB Homes Stout Bay Inc. Roberts Ranch subdivision is a conditionally approved development for the purpose of constructing 194 single-family residential units, 49 multifamily units, and one 2.54-acre park. The development is located at the intersection of Enterprise Road and Highway 25. The final map has been reviewed by staff and was found to be substantially complete and in substantial conformance with the approved tentative map, Resolution 2018-38. Section 66474.1 of the Subdivision Map Act. It states that a legislative body shall not deny approval of a final map or parcel map if it has previously received approval of a tentative map. Are there any questions for the staff?
No. Any questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Sorry. For resolution number 2020-15, is that the one we're on? Yes. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the subdivision improvement agreement for Roberts Ranch subdivision, track number 351, and authorizing execution of the agreement for the improvement with Hollister Enterprise LLC and KB Home South Bay, Inc. I have one speaker card. Siblendorio?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Velasquez and council members. My name is Splendorio. I'm a partner in the law firm of Hoag Fenton out of San Jose. And I'm here representing KB Home and adding a little color on the legal obligations that you have before you. This city council approved a vesting tentative map for the project in February of 2018. Tonight you're considering the approval of the subdivision improvement agreement and the final map for the project. The city has limited discretion to deny approval of the map. All discretion for the approval or disapproval of a subdivision must be exercised at the time of the tentative map, which was in 2018. The city cannot impose new conditions on the approval of a final map. When a final map is filed, the city only has authority to determine whether the final map conforms to the tentative map and whether the conditions imposed on the tentative map have been satisfied. If the final map complies with the tentative map and the conditions of the tentative map have been satisfied, the final map cannot be disapproved. At that time, the approval of the final map is merely a ministerial act. Your staff's report confirms the requirements by stating a legislative body shall not deny approval of a final parcel map if it has previously approved a tentative map. And it finds that the final or parcel map is in substantial compliance with previously approved tentative map. Your staff report also states that this final map has been reviewed and found to be substantially complete and in substantial conformance with the approved tentative map. California courts have found that a city may rely upon the opinion of its staff in reaching decisions, and the opinion of staff is recognized as constituting substantial evidence. The council's approval of the final map is a ministerial act. You have little discretion, no discretion here. The city can only disapprove a map for failure to meet or perform any of the requirements or conditions that were applicable to the subdivision at the time of the approval. Such approval must be accompanied by findings identifying the requirements or conditions which have not been met or performed. Here your staff has not included any findings to allow disapproval. To the contrary, the staff has found substantial compliance. Well, California law also provides that if a city does not approve or disapprove the final map within the prescribed time, the map conforms to all the requirements and rulings and should be deemed approved, and the city clerk shall certify approval. Therefore, even if this council declines to take any action on this project tonight, the city clerk will be compelled to certify the project's final map. Thank you for your time. I have a letter with all those statements. I can hand it to the city attorney. Appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Raul Escarino?
I would say good evening, but it's past the evening because it's past my kid's bedtime. So good night, Mr. Mayor, people of the council. I know this has already been approved, but I just wanted to come up and since there's no way to say no to this anymore, I ain't got nothing against building more homes, you know. I'm a business owner here in Hollister and we want, you know, more homes for business. But at the moment, it's not working out. Just gotta let you guys know it's not working out as a business. You guys should spend more time talking to restaurants, you know. We're the ones that are closing down doors. You know, I got people to feed. I got a family to feed. And all this new development, it's causing more traffic, which is taking away from my business, to be honest. I'm here just kind of begging for you guys to think it twice. I don't give a about who's got problems with who. I honestly think that's just childish. I'm done with that, you know? Now I'm here just as a business owner trying to tell you guys, get on with it, dude. Come on. Act like adults. Help me out. Help me help my family out. Help me help the 13 people that work for me and their families. You know what I mean? Business hasn't been good for a lot of restaurants. You can say it's after the holidays, it's normal, it is what it is. It's bullshit. Excuse my language, but it is. You know, you guys say bad words. Shit, I feel like I can say bad words. That's the thing that you guys are, you know, making us feel like the people, and it's not good. You know, there's no respect on that, and that's kind of like sad. I don't care. I don't have sides with anybody. I don't have commitments with anybody. Here, I'm like I said, I'm here for my business, and my business ain't doing well. There's too many homes being built, the infrastructure, you know. If we can do something about that, then that's cool, you know. And I have people, you know, the thing is, people are telling me, oh, we can't get here because it's, by the time we get home, it's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, it's late. I want to just go to sleep. I really crave your pasta, but I want to go to sleep. I really want to come in here, but it's late. I got to work early. I got to wake up early the next day in the morning. Can we just focus on that? And like I said, I ain't got no problem with, you know, building more homes. I'm from Morgan Hill. Morgan Hill, they're telling them to stop building. Like, hey, dude, stop building. And, you know, and like I said, it's not that I have a problem with it if it brings business to me. You know what I mean? If it doesn't bring business to me, then what's the point? I mean, and anybody else out here can give their opinion and state what they feel about it. If you ain't got a business, don't say nothing. You don't know what we struggle. You don't know what we go through. You don't know, you know, when it comes to payroll, when you're paying 20 grand, 30 grand to all your employees and you don't pay yourself, then you can say something. If you had a failing business, then you know what I'm talking about. You know where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't have a problem with anybody or any building of new homes. Dang, if we had the infrastructure, we had, you know, a way to get people in and out faster and get them back, get them to me faster, let's do it. Let's build like 10,000. God damn, just build a whole damn that side of Fairview. I'm all for that, you know? And then just the school's been overcrowded, you know? So we got a lot of trouble with kids. You know, that's coming from me. Thank you, folks, for your time.
I have a question to the speaker, please.
Councilman.
Yeah.
Do you want to reveal the name of your restaurant or not?
Yeah, I don't mind.
If you don't want to.
I don't mind. Manja Italian Kitchen, sir.
Okay.
Best pasta in town.
Thank you. So, you know, we're trying to stay there. I know Fisher's had to close down because he wasn't busy. And that's a tragedy because we started at the same time. So it's been 4 years. And if he's out, I don't want to be the next one out. You know,
Thank you, sir.
like I said, I don't know where to go after this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas?
I was going to say good morning, not yet. So I come before you many, many times, and I obviously in support of economic development. And you're not going to have economic development if you don't have places to live for your employees. We go out here and we say we want affordable housing. This project has been on the books for years. This didn't start yesterday. It didn't start 5 years ago. This has been going on for a long time. They have jumped through hoops for every time they come up here. They go back because you want something of them. They come back. They've done exactly what you want, and not just this council, because it's been going on for obviously for other council members. They do exactly what they've been asked to do. This is the final, and it should be accepted. They've done what you want, but not only because it should be accepted, because they've done what you've done, or they have done what you've requested, but now you have the opportunity, if you do not follow through with this, that you're going to place the city in legal jeopardy. City Hollister doesn't have a lot of money to be fighting lawsuits. Okay? So you need to consider that. Affordable housing. You have families out there, multi-families living under one roof, and we have the opportunity to bring in some apartments and some townhouses and economic development. You want to bring in business, you have to have homes. If you stop building homes, big companies don't want to come to where they don't have, their employees can't live. So do the right thing and don't get us into a lawsuit.
Okay, any other speakers?
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions, comments, council? Is there a motion?
I do have a question. I'm sorry. I didn't get to say fast enough. I have a question.
I'm sorry, Marty.
Go ahead. You have a question?
No, I'm making a motion. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have a question. Is this, for the city attorney, is this essentially the same situation we had earlier tonight? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Richmond, when you say earlier tonight.
In closed session.
Oh, I can't go
You
there
can't
with
answer
that.
that.
No, I can't go there with that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, let me try it another way. According to the speaker, if we do not make any motion whatsoever, that this defaults to the city clerk to file. Is that your understanding of the law at this time?
Well, I'm not going to comment on his legal analysis, and I'm concerned again about giving any sort of legal advice in open session. It is something that if that we could discuss in private or agendize for another matter. However, this particular matter is agendized for the council to either to vote up or down tonight, and that's the advice that I would give you.
So your advice is to vote up or down?
Those are the two options that would be preferred, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Lenore, you were making a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 2020-15, approving the subdivision improvement agreement for Roberts Ranch and authorizing execution of agreement for the improvement with Hollister Enterprise LLC and KB Homes South Bay Incorporated.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. We'll go to item
Yep.
G1, council members regarding their committees.
Okay, Mayor,
Councilmember
thank
Lenore?
you. I prepared so I wouldn't be bumbling through. So the committee appointments, on December 17th, I'm gonna be quick because it's late. On December 17th, as part of the downtown revitalization ad hoc, I met with Marty Richmond and Mike Chambliss regarding the water lines downtown, cast iron lines, because we know full well it's gonna have a bearing on any improvements that we put that are stationary downtown. So we do have to talk about that and then bring it to the council eventually. Mike Chambliss has got some ideas. On January 8th, I went to an AMBAG meeting. We elected a new second vice president. We received the executive director's report for 2020 goals. I gotta tell you, that executive director is outstanding in her field, Maura Toomey. As part of the consent agenda, we approved the financial update report. And then I think I'm gonna defer this part of it, and that's regarding the 2022 regional growth forecast for the arena numbers. Then I wanna do a little bit of a presentation, and it's late, so I'm gonna let that ride another meeting or two. And that's all I have for committee appointments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Spencer.
No committee meetings in the month of December or this month, January.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. Went to the ad hoc committee of myself and Councilmember Lenore. Had a meeting with the staff concerning a revitalization of downtown, which is the follow-up meeting that we had with Mr. Chambliss about the infrastructure downtown and what it would take to fix that infrastructure. In addition to that, we had a meeting with the HDA concerning where they are on various issues. We discussed issues to improve the downtown. We also discussed some issues to try and get some more parking straightened out, and also concerning the issues concerning the farmers market and the parking on the farmers market. And they had a very impressive list of people supporting closing the road. I had several meetings with Ms. Houston, who's sitting back there, concerning downtown and her recommendations, including the one she made tonight, which we're taking under consideration about getting an advisory group together for downtown. I think there's a lot of issues, and we got a long way to go until we get them solved. There's nothing's a snap of the hat. So we've got lots of good ideas. The next step we're planning is to have a meeting with the downtown business owners, maybe all together or in groups or in large groups, to see what they'll like to do in what order. I think there's an awful lot of stuff to do, and we've talked about what order to do it in and coming up with the money to do it, in addition to some recommendations which I'm going to support to get a downtown advisory group. So.
Can I expand on that? We
Sure.
also have set in motion a meeting every other week
Oh,
with
yeah,
staff.
got that, with staff.
So we set in it's a Tuesday,
Thank
I
you.
believe. So we have regular meetings scheduled in, so everybody knows when we're coming. So we're not coordinating everybody's schedule every time we wanna meet. So we did set that in motion, and we'll have another meeting on the 28th with staff, and we're gonna keep meeting and then getting input, as Marty said, ultimately with the downtown business owners, but not just them, the property owners is really what I wanna hear from. I wanna hear about some of those property owners and some of their defunct properties. So that's gonna come up
Don't say
too.
that.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez?
Nothing to report.
Yeah, I have nothing to report on this. We're gonna move to G2, informational reports from council members.
Okay,
Councilman
I'll
Leonard.
start off then. I guess I'm usually first. I want to first and foremost thank Officer Melissa Castro for allowing me to ride along with her a week ago. I very much enjoyed it. I teased her about how she must have drew the short straw. She was so gracious to say, "No, I'm just low on the seniority." I really enjoyed her. So thank you to your staff. All your staff is so kind to me when I go out there. But she was a pleasant ride along. I had a pleasant ride along with her. Then the second item is I met with PD on the retention issue on December 17th. On the 14th, I was called to come meet with American Casting. They had just a couple of issues. They want to proceed with some non-structural improvements to their building. They're trying to get ready to get into that Apollo Drive building by June. They're running a deadline. So they called me, and they didn't really need me because Greg Johnson took care of them, no problem. On the 14th, I met with the city attorney regarding the Cigar Lounge. We had a discussion, much of what was discussed tonight. I just wanted to touch bases so that I was on the same page with our legal advice. And on the 16th, I accompanied Joe Torquato over to the building department. He's from the American Casting, and we spoke there with the building department. Everything went great. I was really proud to be able to do something, and the guy was so happy when he left. So good relations, good PR, the building department on that, and especially Greg Johnson. And on the 16th, I wrapped up my day with a meeting with Mr. Victor Gomez regarding Chapel Road Master Plan that is going to return to us. So we just talked a little bit more about that. And that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Spencer?
I actually went to the mixer at the Arts Council. I can't remember what day it was. It was very interesting. There was a lot of businesses, San Benito County businesses that were awarded that had just become green businesses. Hardeen's was one, and a few others. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared for this. I do want to say one thing, though. I do want us to look in to setting up an advisory committee, Brett, if we can, with the downtown, with some of the downtown business owners. I would like Tina to be the chair. Yeah. So if we could look into that and see what it looks like and bring it on our next agenda, which would be the 3rd? February 3rd? We can do that? Huh? Don't go there. I have to go to work the next day, so does everybody else. There is no holiday Monday.
Is that it?
That's it for me.
I know I said I wasn't gonna forget, but I forgot an important item.
What is it?
I'm sorry, Ignacio. please, I really want a discussion, a serious discussion about the homeless in Dunn Park. We're gonna need to set some things in motion there. I know that you've just been talking about it with staff, but talking's done. We're gonna do something, and I wanna see what the rest of the council might entertain, and I have some ideas, and we need to discuss it because it's getting worse by the week. Thank you. If we could have an agendized item as soon as possible. As soon as possible. I'm getting a lot of pressure down there now. Unhappy folks.
I'm
I
sorry.
understand why. Okay.
What was that, Carol, that you want to have
I
agenda?
want to have a scheduling of discussion on the homeless as it relates to Dunn Park. So I want.
So like a
ideas.
report?
Yeah. What's that?
A report?
I want the council to discuss some solutions for the homeless in Dunn Park. So I need a public hearing, and I even want to hear from the public. You know, they're taking a beating down there, and we can't keep sitting on it.
We would need that to go at minimum the 18th for the same reasons we had to
That's
push
fine.
that other item to the
I look
18th.
forward to input from the rest of the council. Direction. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richard.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment on informational. People always stick in personal stuff in there. I wanted to stick a personal item in there. I want to thank all the people who call me all the time and wish my wife well. As you know, she's been ill. I really appreciate it deep down inside. Thank you very much. Now, on to this. We're also getting lots of complaints about homeless problems downtown. Somehow or another, we got to look into it. I don't know if anything we can do because of the problems concerning, the law, the rights, and so on and so forth. But I think it would be something really good to do, just to take a look at it and see if there's something we can do about it. The other thing that came to mind while we were doing things is an informational report. Is apparently the way we're working it here is that if you have a restaurant and you have a health certificate or whatever they call it, but let's say you want to set up a table outside and sample wares the same way like they do in Costco or something. Apparently, according to reports we're getting, that you need another health certificate, a different health certificate, and so it's more money, it's more problems, and I don't like it. I'll be very honest with you. I think if you own the building and you're paying taxes and so on and so forth, I don't see burdening people with a second health certificate, especially under the new vending rules they have for walk-around vendors, which basically says, hey, you can't touch me, okay? You can't force me to do anything. Oh, yeah, I don't have a health certificate. Well, you can only fine me $8 or something, and I'll go on my way. Meanwhile, our poor guys who are running businesses. I'll just make a little statement here. The city of Hollister lives or dies on commercial operations, not property taxes, and not anything but commercial operations. We get almost all our budget from sales taxes and use taxes. And therefore, our biggest tax collectors are the businesses in the city of Hollister. They're collecting taxes for us, and we need to realize that. We got to do something about keeping them open, and that includes the restaurants especially, because the restaurants are the kind of businesses where people go back again and again and again, because like me, you eat and then the next day you want to eat again, okay? It isn't like you buy a fur coat and you don't need one for a year, all right? So I don't know what we ought to do. I think informationally, we ought to look at having some kind of business committee, I don't know what it would be, that would look into that and see what we can do to develop a program to keep people open and in business and employ, like he said, employees. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sendes.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. I want to report I met with Mr. John Nguyen the other day. He is asking to have help writing an invite letter for some businesses from China to come visit some of the locations around the airport. So I will be drafting a letter for him. I'll make sure all of you know about it.
Are we gonna be able to see it?
You can see it. I'll send it. If we can do that in a way that doesn't create an issue. Don't want the issues. I want to congratulate all the middle schoolers that qualified for the Central Coast Honor Band and performed in Salinas the other day. It's amazing that kids that are 11, 12, 13 can play their instruments the way they do, and it's beautiful. So it's just thank you, and I want to thank the Hollister School District for supporting that music band. And I know the superintendent was here earlier. I wanted to thank him and all the other trustees at the Hollister School District for investing in our kids. There is, Councilman Lenore, a meeting tomorrow about the homeless at the county shelter at 1:30.
Going to Sacramento.
It is a constant conversation. It's been a constant conversation for years. The issue we are having now is the shelter is at capacity. The laws are very clear on this. If you are at capacity, you cannot tell somebody to move from a location. It is very tough, very frustrating. Very big mistake was made several years back when 50 beds were chosen rather than the 100. But the answer is very simple: more beds, or we have discontinued the problem.
Those efforts.
I know you do.
But we have an issue at Dunn Park that's getting really bad.
Yes, we do. We have an
Nothing says
issue.
We can't fence that park.
We have a
Dusk to dawn.
we have an issue at several places. So if you can make it, and well, you can't. You're gonna be in Sacramento.
Yes.
I will keep you posted on some of the
Please.
other information coming up.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So you can, but as I said, the answer really is more investment, especially into beds. Okay, City Manager,
Nothing to report?
City Attorney,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report.
Chief.
Mr. Mayor, received a letter from the Department of Justice, Attorney General Javier Becerra, in regards to a recent audit that was conducted at the police department of the criminal history system and the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Interstate Identification Index. The results of the audit were that our staff at the police department used a route field indicated the way we do the searches indicates an awareness of the importance of documenting and need to know when accessing the system, and they commend our compliance with the statutes and regulations governing its use, and we passed the audit with glowing numbers. So I just want to report that.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was in the FPPC training last Friday, and this week, today, tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm at the sheriff's office doing EOC training. And I learned today that there is a special class, I think it's 402, for counsel, so that you know what your role is in an emergency situation. The county was there, and they're very interested in doing it. We thought maybe we could even partner with, in cost sharing, partner with San Juan Bautista, perhaps even invite Gilroy and surrounding cities to come, just have their council come. And I don't think it would be something that we'd have to agendize if it's considered a training, like we sent all 5 of you to the League of California Cities, but it might be something we do have to agendize because you might all be in the same room all day. And I don't know if the difference is that you guys could go off to different classes, and here you're going to be all in one class. It would be a 4-hour class, but I would like to look into it with your consensus, and I think it could be very beneficial to know what your role is as we're learning ours. So, yeah.
No, absolutely. I heard about the program. I think it's very important for everyone to be involved in that.
Okay.
I don't
Thank
think it's an issue as far as the Brown Act, as long as we are not sharing ideas, participating in that way. We're just learning from what they're doing.
If a few basic rules are followed, it can be worked out.
Yeah. If it has to be agendized, that's all right too.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna go to item G3 now.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Renee Perales, Administrative Services. The Department of Housing and Community Development will be releasing the 2020 Notice of Funding Availability for the Community Development Block Grant. It was scheduled to be released last week, but they've just recently changed to an electronic system, so all of the applications will be submitted electronically, which will be great, but they are still working out the kinks, so there's been a delay. But it should be released any day. Staff is recommending that the City Council apply for the CDBG grant funding for one public facility or an over-the-counter project to complete the West Gateway Beautification Project and one public service for Jovenes de Antonio. The total amount of the grant application will be up to $3.5 million. Staff is recommending the West Gateway Beautification Project as the over-the-counter project because the project was approved as part of our five-year capital improvement program and will be ready to bid by the time the grant is awarded. With a successful grant application, this project could be completed with the grant funding. Staff also recommends Jovenes de Antonio Meals on Wheels for public service. Jovenes meets all of the qualifications for funding and has received funding in the past and has experience with grant funding requirements, procedures, and auditing processes. I do want to respond to the recommendations that we heard at the public hearing on December 2nd. We heard housing. The reason staff is not recommending housing at this time is because there's another program offered through the Department of Housing and Community Development. It's called the Home Investment Partnerships Program, or the HOME program. We've used that in the past, and that deals with strictly just housing-related type of grants. We also heard sidewalk program, and the reason we did not recommend that for this 2020 grant is because with the over-the-counter projects, it has to be ready to go to bid, but by the time they award the grant. And we just wouldn't have been able to get through the process of developing plans and specs, getting through any environmental that we would have to do. We also heard for public service, homeless shelter. We did not recommend that for this 2020 funding. However, staff would like to work with the homeless shelter for the next round of CDBG funding. And in the meantime, the city does have program income that we could actually allocate to the homeless shelter. Right now, HCD is still in the process of changing how we can spend our program income. And we should have that about the same time they release the NOFA. Let's see. So once I have more information on how the PI can be spent, I will get back to you on that. I also wanted to, one of the questions that was asked last time I was up here was, is there a match on this grant? And there's no match on either of the ones we'd be applying for. So staff is recommending that council direct staff to submit an application for up to $3.5 million for the 2020 Community Development Block Grant for the completion of the West Gateway Beautification Program or project and the public service to Jovenes de Antonio Meals on Wheels.
Okay. Questions for you quickly. When you talk about the West Gateway, is that now eliminating the roundabout?
Yes.
Okay. That I'm sure it's reducing the cost quite a bit.
That should reduce this, yes.
Now, when we talk about the homeless and not applying there, we need to understand that we are in a crisis right now. This shelter is underfunded, and we have problems coming at us very quickly. So
Right.
I'm concerned that we're not applying for some of those funds to go towards the shelter, because we are going to have to take money out of the general fund to fund this. Whether the county does it or not on their side, doesn't matter anymore. We have a problem coming at us very quickly, and we need to move on it. So I'm really concerned that we're not looking to bring some of those dollars in towards that shelter, because it's gonna cost us some dollars fast. Probably this year, and the upcoming years too. So I would highly recommend we step back and we take a look at how we could fund this. If we have dollars somewhere else, well, that's fine. But we need a consistent revenue source to keep this shelter going. Because if it shuts down, you think we have problems now, we're gonna have some serious issues going on.
Understood.
Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Richmond?
Thank you. I too am worried, not only because we need the shelter money, but I think lack of having the shelter on the grant application is gonna make us less competitive. Because I think that's where they look at that. I think it's an important issue. The other thing is, if I remember right on these grants, before if you get one, before you can apply for the next one, you have to be somewhat finished. I can't remember the
It's
percentage.
the 50% rule.
How much is it?
50%.
50% rule. So it's really important that whatever programs you put in, and, you know, I'm gonna leave that to the staff, that we look at it with the view of, we can get that done within the appropriate time frame, because there's nothing worse than being frozen out because you didn't get the 50% done within the appropriate time frame. I think that's really, really important. And you have to realize, I know this sounds preachy, but I just want to throw it out there so everybody sees it. You have to realize that your best laid plans, a lot of times, are going to get delayed. So you got to have some cushion in there so that we can get finished with the 50% and requalify for the next grant. I think it's absolutely vital. I think you guys have done a great job in the past. Recently, we've done very well on getting finished with things and so on and so forth. But I do think those are just some stuff to watch out for, and I certainly will support it. And I also will support looking at what you can do for the shelter, because I do think in their scoring pattern, whatever that is, I think that's one of the key issues. And we need it, both, okay?
Can I just
Thank you.
respond on the 50% rule? They have changed that at HCD.
Oh, they
so,
did? Okay.
The 50% rule does not, that's not for public facilities. In the past it was.
Yeah.
Now it's only on the public services. And
Okay,
they
good.
don't usually have a problem spending their money.
Good,
So.
because Hoviness does a great job on the Meals on Wheels. And I know it's an expensive proposition, but if you have an elderly parent or you have someone who needs that service, it's just absolutely vital for them. Otherwise, they have real problems, health problems. Thank you. I didn't realize they changed it. Thank you for updating me.
Sure, you're welcome.
I'll just make a comment for the record, and I am concerned that the county is not applying funds like I think they should. So I'm gonna disagree with the mayor there. Thank you.
Just so we're clear, I don't think they shouldn't be applying funds.
I know, but you're kinda giving them a pass.
No, I'm not giving them a pass. I'm all over them.
All right, good. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards? Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Update. We'll move to item G4. Who's handling that?
Real quick, on June 3rd, 2019, the City Council adopted Resolution 2019-1-125 approving an MOU with the San Bernardino County Chamber of Commerce. Excuse me. For that MOU, the mayor will appoint a council member to the Tourist Ad Hoc Committee to develop the priority of the goals and funding for 1, 3, or 5-year implementation. And we recommend that the mayor appoint a council member to that Tourism Ad Hoc Committee.
Okay, any questions?
What's our funding commitment right now, if you may remind me? Approximate.
It is, I just read it. 75,000 for 5 years? Or maybe we dropped it to 50, I just read it. It is 52,500
For how long?
per
Say.
year, for
Oh,
5 years.
Per year, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards on this one? Okay, I'll appoint Councilmember Resendez to this committee. So we'll move to item G5.
G5. Oh, John Freeman is not here. Maybe he just couldn't wait.
He's too smart for us.
I didn't see him here tonight.
I believe they had a council meeting tonight also.
Oh, yeah, you
okay.
should have known that. Okay,
He asked that it be moved to another,
okay,
to the next council meeting.
okay.
Okay, then we'll move to item G6.
Good evening, Council. This is an update on the amendments that are being proposed to Chapter 17.20, signs, signage in the downtown mixed use. Staff just wanted to let Council know that Planning Commission did not occur in December. We are planning on taking it to our regularly scheduled January 23rd meeting, which is in a few days. The Planning Commission is charged with the responsibility and authority to recommend to the council amendments to Chapter 17, zoning of the city of Hollister. Staff anticipates bringing the zoning ordinance to the city council towards the end of February. We're projecting that time just simply because we want to be able to send out the changes to the ad hoc, take in their recommendations too, and as well as the Planning Commission. If the Planning Commission decides that there needs to be a change, it might go back and forth. So we're hoping that the changes are minor. Even I've spent a lot of time working on this. We think everyone's going to really like it. It's a lot more simple and clean, and addresses all the issues that were brought up with the ad hoc. So hopefully you'll see it really soon.
Okay, any questions? Do we have any speaker cards on this item? No? Okay. Thank you for the
Thank you.
update. HIJK, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Who seconded the motion? I'm so sorry.
Honor.
Honor.